Hi, and welcome to Lines to Sleep, where words become your pathway to relaxation and help you drift off into sweet dreams. Don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. I'd love to know, where are you watching from, and what time is it there? Find your comfort, let go of the day, and let's begin this journey together now. I have always been drawn to the forgotten corners of the past, where secrets linger like dust in the beams of fading sunlight. The mansion, with its weathered facade and somber history, beckoned me like a siren call through time. I arrived on a cool autumn afternoon, the air heavy with anticipation and the whisper of long, forgotten memories. As I stepped through the creaking gate, the mansion's silhouette stood resolute against the gray sky, promising mysteries hidden in every shadow. My heart pounded with a mixture of trepidation and exhilaration. I had spent years studying the intricate histories of old estates, but never had one called out to me as persistently as this. The mansion, known in local lore as Blackwood Manor, was infamous for its secrets and tales of sorrow that echoed through its corridors. The stories spoke of lost heirs, forbidden love, and a cursed legacy that had left many a soul in torment. I had to see it for myself. The entrance hall was dimly lit, its grandeur faded yet still dignified. I wandered slowly, my footsteps muted on the creaking wooden floor. Every room I passed seemed to murmur secrets of bygone eras, each echo a fragment of an untold story. As I made my way up a narrow staircase, I couldn't shake the sensation that the walls themselves were watching me, guarding secrets too heavy to be spoken aloud. At the top of the stairs, I discovered a narrow corridor leading to a dusty attic. My curiosity piqued, I followed the passage until I reached a small door, its surface marred by time and neglect. The door, slightly ajar, offered a glimpse into a world suspended in silence. I pushed it open, the creak of the hinges echoing in the stillness, and stepped inside. The attic was a trove of forgotten relics, old photographs, faded letters, and trinkets that whispered of lives long past. It was here, amidst the relics of history, that I first encountered the hint of a mystery that would change my life. While sifting through a pile of dusty manuscripts and brittle pages, I noticed something peculiar tucked away in the corner of an old trunk. It was a small, leather-bound diary, its cover embossed with intricate patterns that had weathered the passage of time. The diary seemed out of place, almost as if it were waiting for someone to unlock its secrets. My hands trembled with anticipation as I carefully opened it, revealing a cascade of elegant, looping handwriting that spilled secrets across each page. The diary's entries spoke of a hidden room, a place shrouded in mystery and locked away from the prying eyes of the world. It mentioned a key, secreted away in a location known only to a chosen few, and detailed the dark history of a family whose fate was forever intertwined with the mansion. As I read, a chill ran down my spine. The narrative was hauntingly familiar, its words echoing the very tales I had heard as a child. Stories of ghostly apparitions and long, lost heirs whose voices still resonated within these walls. My pulse quickened as I realized that this was not merely a historical account. It was a personal invitation to uncover a secret that had been buried for generations. In that attic, time seemed to stand still. I became immersed in the diary's cryptic messages, my mind racing to decipher the clues hidden between the lines. Every sentence hinted at a larger mystery, a tapestry of betrayal, sorrow, and retribution that spanned decades. I noted details about the family's dark past, and the way in which fate and misfortune appeared to be woven together in the fabric of their lives. The diary alluded to a forgotten room that held the key to breaking a terrible curse, an idea that both terrified and intrigued me. The more I read, the more I felt as if the diary were speaking directly to me, its words resonating with secrets I had long suspected were part of my own destiny. It was as though the manuscript had been waiting for the right moment, for the right person, to unveil its mysteries. The notion that the diary might contain clues about my own past sent a shiver of both dread and excitement through me. I could not help but wonder if fate had led me to this very mansion for a reason far greater than mere historical research. As I continued to pore over the delicate pages, a peculiar sensation overcame me, the feeling of being watched by unseen eyes. I glanced around the attic, half expecting to catch a glimpse of a specter lurking in the shadows. Instead, all I saw were the time-worn relics and the faint outlines of memories preserved in dust and silence. Yet the sensation persisted, as if the room itself were alive with the echoes of those who had once walked these halls. It was in that moment I understood. The mansion was not just a repository of forgotten objects, but a living chronicle of sorrow and secrets yearning to be told. The diary's clues led me to a particular entry that mentioned a hidden lever within the mansion's walls. A lever that, when pulled, would reveal the passage to a room that had been concealed for centuries. My heart raced as I envisioned the possibilities. I carefully folded the fragile pages of the diary and placed them back in their leather cover, resolving to search for the hidden lever. The idea of discovering a secret passageway filled me with an indescribable thrill, as if I were about to unlock the door to a part of history that had been denied to the world. Leaving the attic, I retraced my steps through the silent corridors of Blackwood Manor. Every creak of the floorboards, every whisper of wind through the cracked windows, seemed to murmur the same promise: secrets awaited those brave enough to seek them. I felt as if I were on the threshold of an epic revelation, one that would bridge the gap between the past and the present. The mansion itself seemed to pulse with anticipation, its very structure imbued with the weight of memories and unspoken truths. In a small study filled with the scent of old books and the quiet rustle of aged paper, I took a moment to reflect on the diary's contents. The study, a cozy yet somber room lined with towering bookshelves, was a sanctuary for those who sought knowledge in the shadows of history. Here, I began piecing together the fragments of the family's dark legacy, reading aloud passages that hinted at curses, forbidden rituals, and a lineage marked by tragedy. It was a narrative that resonated deeply with me, stirring feelings I had long buried beneath layers of skepticism and academic detachment. I recalled the local legends of Blackwood Manor, stories passed down through generations that told of spectral figures roaming the halls, of voices crying out in the night, and of a curse that could only be broken by an act of profound redemption. As I read, the diary seemed to confirm these tales, linking them to the family's history in a way that was both haunting and inexplicable. The evidence was overwhelming. Every written word, every carefully documented observation, pointed to a legacy of sorrow that was as real as the chill that now crept along my spine. In that quiet study, as dusk gave way to the deepening shadows of evening, I made a silent promise to myself. I vowed to uncover the truth hidden within the mansion's walls, to follow the trail laid out in the diary, and to confront the mysteries that had haunted this place for so long. The weight of destiny pressed upon me, and I could not shake the feeling that I was destined to play a part in the unfolding of events that had been set in motion long before I ever set foot in Blackwood Manor. The diary had awakened something within me, a desire to not only document history, but to become an active participant in its resolution. Every page I had read was a call to action, urging me to seek out the hidden lever, to reveal the forgotten room, and ultimately to bring light to the dark secrets that had remained in the shadows for far too long. It was a mission that was both perilous and exhilarating, and I felt the stirrings of a destiny that intertwined my own fate with the haunted legacy of the mansion. I pressed onward, feeling the weight of destiny in every breath. My mind swirled with questions. Who were the souls whose lives had been so tragically intertwined with these walls? What secrets lay hidden behind locked doors, waiting to be discovered by a determined seeker? I recalled the diary's haunting promises and the subtle hints that had grown more insistent with each turn of the page. The very air seemed charged with the memories of a time long past, each whisper of wind a soft murmur of voices echoing from a bygone era. My steps led me to a narrow staircase that descended deeper into the manor's inner sanctum. The staircase, shrouded in shadow and lined with portraits whose eyes seemed to follow my progress, felt like a passage into another world, a realm where the present blurred with the spectral remnants of the past. Each step echoed with a measured cadence, the sound resonating through the corridors like a heartbeat. I paused often to listen, wondering if the silence concealed more than just echoes, if within the quiet lay the secrets of the mansion waiting to be revealed. At the base of the staircase, I discovered a hidden alcove, its walls adorned with faded tapestries and framed photographs of stern-faced ancestors. The air was thick with the scent of old wood and aged paper, a tangible reminder of lives lived with passion, sorrow, and regret. I examined the portraits carefully, feeling as if I were peering into the souls of those who had once inhabited these halls. Their expressions told stories of hope and despair, of triumph and tragedy, and I sensed that within their silent gazes lay the answers to questions I had not yet thought to ask. As I made my way from the alcove, I felt compelled to examine every nook and cranny of the manor. The diary had awakened in me an insatiable desire to unearth every hidden detail, to piece together the puzzle of a history that spanned generations. I combed through forgotten libraries, secret rooms, and winding corridors, each discovery deepened the mystery. With every new clue, the mansion revealed a fragment of its past, a shard of a story that was as enigmatic as it was compelling. One particularly striking discovery was an old, ornate mirror tucked away in a secluded corner of a rarely visited room. The mirror, its surface tarnished yet still holding a glimmer of reflective brilliance, seemed to pulse with an inner light. I found myself drawn to it, mesmerized by the possibility that it might hold secrets of its own. As I gazed into the glass, I felt as though I were peering not just into my own reflection, but into a past that mirrored my own struggles and aspirations. The mirror's silence spoke volumes, and in that quiet reflection, I sensed the faint outlines of stories waiting to be told. Throughout my exploration, I could not shake the feeling that I was being guided by an unseen force, as if the mansion itself were leading me toward a destiny that had been written in the annals of time. Every discovery, from the delicate diary to the hidden mirror, felt like a deliberate piece of a grand, intricate design, a design meant to draw me deeper into a labyrinth of mystery and revelation. The more I uncovered, the more convinced I became that I was not merely an observer, but an active participant in a narrative that had spanned lifetimes. It was in one such moment of reflection, in the solitude of a long, abandoned sitting room, that I stumbled upon a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved box with no apparent keyhole or latch. The box was adorned with symbols that resonated with the same cryptic imagery found in the diary, and as I traced my fingers over its surface, I felt a jolt of recognition, as if the object were a missing piece of a puzzle I had been trying to solve for years. The box's presence deepened the mystery, and I vowed to keep it safe until I could decipher its meaning. It was yet another reminder that every object in this mansion held a story, a secret waiting to be unveiled. The hours slipped by unnoticed as I immersed myself in the quest for answers. The interplay of light and shadow in the manor, the gentle rustle of leaves outside, and the persistent, almost imperceptible sounds of the past mingled into a symphony of history. I felt as though I were treading on sacred ground, each step a tribute to the lives and memories enshrined within these ancient walls. The mansion was not merely a structure of brick and mortar. It was a living repository of emotion, memory, and mystery. Night began to fall once more, casting a serene yet melancholic pall over Blackwood Manor. The transition from day to night brought with it a shift in the mansion's aura. The once familiar corridors transformed into passages of deep, impenetrable darkness, and every creak of the floorboard seemed to reverberate with the weight of untold stories. I found myself drawn back to the study, seeking refuge among the comforting presence of books and the steady glow of a solitary lamp. There, with the diary spread before me, I reviewed the clues once more, determined to extract every nuance from its cryptic prose. As I sat there in the dim light, I began to piece together the fragments of the narrative that the diary had so carefully recorded. The entries were interspersed with references to a particular family, one that had been both revered and reviled in equal measure. The stories recounted in the diary spoke of a legacy tarnished by betrayal and haunted by a curse that had left an indelible mark on every generation. It was a tale of love and loss, of power and tragedy, and as I read, I could not help but feel that I was connected to this lineage in ways I had never imagined. The more I immersed myself in the diary's contents, the more the mansion seemed to come alive with its own internal rhythm. The old building whispered secrets through every crack and crevice, each murmur a call to uncover the truth. I could sense the presence of those who had lived and died within these walls, their essences interwoven with the very fabric of the manor. Their voices, though silent, resonated in my mind, urging me to continue my exploration, to seek out the hidden lever that the diary so cryptically described. I resolved to document every detail, every discovery, so that no aspect of this intricate mystery would be lost to time. With a notebook in hand, I began to record the various clues that I encountered. A list of symbols, dates, and names that seemed to form a fragmented tapestry of the past. The act of writing provided me with a sense of clarity, a means of connecting disparate pieces of a puzzle that spanned centuries. Each entry was a testament to the mansion's enduring legacy, a legacy that now felt inextricably linked to my own journey. In the quiet hours of the night, as I sat in the study surrounded by the quiet murmur of ancient texts, I could not help but wonder about the true nature of fate. Was I merely an observer in this grand narrative, or was I destined to become a pivotal character in a story that had been unfolding long before I arrived? The diary hinted at a connection that transcended time, a link between past and present that defied explanation. I felt a profound stirring within me, a calling that urged me to embrace the unknown and to delve deeper into the mysteries that lay hidden in the shadows. The questions multiplied as I pondered the significance of the diary's cryptic passages. Who was the author, and why had these secrets been so meticulously recorded? The more I reflected, the more I began to see parallels between the narrative in the diary and my own life. There was a resonance in the words, a familiarity that defied logic. I could not shake the sensation that I was, in some inexplicable way, connected to the family whose legacy was chronicled within these pages. It was as if the diary had been written with me in mind, its words serving as both a guide and a prophecy. As the night deepened, I felt a renewed sense of determination. I resolved to follow the clues, to seek out the hidden lever mentioned in the diary, and to unlock the forgotten room that promised answers to the myriad questions that now haunted my thoughts. I gathered my notes, carefully reviewed the cryptic hints, and prepared for the journey that lay ahead. The path was fraught with uncertainty, yet I could not ignore the pull of destiny, a force that seemed to be guiding me toward a revelation that would forever alter the course of my life. With the first light of dawn yet to break, I retired for a few hours of restless sleep, my dreams filled with images of shadowy figures, hidden rooms, and a past that was as mysterious as it was foreboding. In those dreams, I saw glimpses of a long, forgotten life, one that bore the marks of sorrow and betrayal, yet also held the promise of redemption. When I awoke, I carried with me the lingering impressions of that otherworldly realm, a subtle reminder that the mysteries of Blackwood Manor extended far beyond the physical confines of its walls. I rose with a renewed sense of purpose, the diary clutched tightly in my hand, as if it were the key to unlocking not just the secrets of the mansion, but the secrets of my own soul. Today, I would begin the search for the hidden lever, a quest that promised to unveil the forgotten room, and with it, the truth behind a curse that had haunted this place for generations. The journey ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, Yet I felt an unwavering resolve to see it through, to confront the darkness that lay hidden in the heart of Blackwood Manor, and to emerge with answers that had long eluded both history and me. I stepped out into the cool morning air, leaving the study behind as I made my way back through the hushed corridors. The mansion, bathed in the gentle light of early day, seemed almost welcoming, its ancient walls holding secrets that were now within reach. Every step was measured, every breath filled with anticipation. I could feel the threads of history weaving around me, drawing me closer to a destiny that had been etched in the very stone of Blackwood Manor. With each careful step, I was not only retracing the paths of those who had come before, but also carving a new chapter in a saga that spanned lifetimes. I felt an unspoken promise in the air, a promise that if I could uncover the hidden lever and unlock the forgotten room, I might finally lay bare the truths of the past and set in motion a chain of events that would bring redemption to a cursed legacy. And so, with resolve hardening in my heart and the diary's cryptic words echoing in my mind, I embraced the uncertainty of the quest ahead, ready to confront whatever mysteries and challenges awaited me. I knew that each discovery, each revelation, would be a step toward understanding not only the haunted history of this ancient manor, but also the deep connection it shared with my own destiny. In that profound moment, I realized that the echoes in the attic were not just relics of a bygone era. They were the very essence of a story still unfolding, a narrative that would bind the past and the future together in an unbreakable chain of secrets, sorrow, and ultimately, hope. I clutched the leather, bound diary as though it were a fragile lifeline to a past long obscured by dust and decay. The air in the study was heavy with the scent of old paper and quiet secrets, and as I flipped open its time-worn cover, I felt an almost electric surge of anticipation. Every stroke of the pen on those delicate pages beckoned me to uncover the hidden truths of Blackwood Manor. The diary was not merely a repository of memories. It was a cryptic map, its elegant loops and intricate symbols guiding me toward a revelation that promised to redefine my understanding of the mansion and of myself. The diary's entries were written in a script that was both graceful and precise, as if the author had meticulously measured every word for posterity. Each page chronicled fragments of a narrative that was as haunting as it was enigmatic. I began reading in earnest, allowing the words to seep into my consciousness. The opening lines described a life filled with sorrow and an unyielding quest for redemption. I could almost sense the pulse of despair and hope intermingling with each carefully chosen phrase. It was as if the diary had been written in a moment of both profound grief and luminous clarity. I found myself absorbed by the early entries that recounted the daily life of a woman who had once inhabited Blackwood Manor. Her words spoke of secret meetings in the dead of night, of whispered promises made beneath moonlit arches, and of a curse that had shadowed her every step. As I read, I began to piece together a narrative of forbidden love and family betrayal, a story of passion interwoven with mystery. The diary revealed that she was not simply a passive victim of fate, but a determined soul who had stood to defy the cruel destiny imposed upon her by an ancient, unyielding curse. One particular passage caught my eye. It described, in vivid detail, a hidden compartment within a grand study, a secret that the author had guarded fiercely. According to the diary, behind a false panel in the wall lay an alcove containing relics that could illuminate the darkest corners of the family's past. I recalled my own exploration of the mansion's attic in Part 1, where I had uncovered the diary itself and other hints of concealed chambers. Now, the diary was urging me to return to Blackwood Manor and uncover further secrets, to look beyond the obvious and search for the hidden lever that would unlock the mysteries of the past. The narrative continued, delving deeper into the labyrinth of the family's history. The diary detailed an ancient pact, a ritual steeped in mystery and bound by blood. The author wrote of how the pact was both a curse and a safeguard, binding generations together in a cycle of retribution and sorrow. Each entry was imbued with a foreboding sense of inevitability, as if every moment, every decision, was part of a tapestry woven by fate itself. I felt an uncanny connection to the author's plight, as though her words were not merely an account of a distant history, but a personal summons to unravel the threads of my own destiny. As I progressed through the diary, the entries grew increasingly cryptic. There were references to symbols and sigils that I recognized only faintly from my research on arcane lore. Some pages were filled with elaborate diagrams that hinted at hidden passages and secret gatherings. The lines between historical record and mystical incantation blurred, leaving me to wonder whether the diary was a simple account or a coded grimoire, meant to be deciphered by someone with a particular sensitivity to the occult. I spent long minutes tracing my fingers over the faded ink, trying to discern patterns and connections that might lead me to a more profound understanding of the curse that had haunted the family for generations. One passage, in particular, sent a chill down my spine. It described a night of unspeakable terror when the author, in a moment of desperation, encountered a spectral figure that pleaded for justice. The encounter was recounted with such raw emotion that I could almost feel the weight of that sorrowful spirit pressing down on me. The diary hinted that this ghost was more than a mere apparition. It was the embodiment of the family's collective anguish, a restless soul whose only desire was to see the truth of the curse brought to light. The text suggested that the spirit's presence was intimately connected to the hidden room I had already begun to explore, and that only by deciphering the diary's secrets could the cycle of torment be broken. I paused frequently, letting the significance of each passage wash over me. The more I read, the more I realized that the diary was not simply an account of events, but a living document, a dynamic record that had somehow anticipated my arrival. At times, I could almost hear the author's voice in my mind, a whisper from the past urging me to continue, to search for the hidden lever, to confront the darkness that lay at the heart of the manor's legacy. I was struck by the eerie precision with which the diary seemed to align with my own experiences, as though fate had drawn me into its narrative long before I had set foot in Blackwood Manor. The diary also offered clues about the lineage of the cursed family. Names and dates were interwoven with cryptic allusions to ancient rituals and lost prophecies. It recounted a series of events that spanned generations. Tales of forbidden love, tragic betrayal, and a relentless pursuit of justice that had been thwarted time and again by forces beyond mortal control. I found myself mapping out the relationships and events, trying to connect the dots between the historical accounts and the spectral whispers I had encountered in the mansion's shadowed corridors. The more I delved into the diary, the more I became convinced that its secrets were not confined to a single era, but were part of a continuum that stretched back into the mists of time. In one of the later entries, the author described a hidden lever concealed behind an inconspicuous bookshelf in the study. According to the passage, pulling the lever would reveal a passageway to a chamber that held the key to understanding the curse. I recalled my own exploration in Part 1 and felt a surge of excitement at the prospect of following this new clue. The diary's detailed description of the bookshelf's placement and the precise angle at which the lever was set made it seem almost as though the author had expected someone like me to come along and piece together her legacy. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, I resolved that I would seek out this hidden mechanism on my next visit to the mansion. Yet even as I noted the practical clues, there were deeper, more enigmatic elements woven throughout the diary. Some pages contained poetic verses that spoke of cycles, of lives reborn and destinies intertwined. The recurring refrain of fate and destiny resonated deeply within me. I began to suspect that the diary was hinting at a connection between my own existence and the tragic narrative of the family. Had I, like the author, been touched by the same ancient curse? Was it possible that my very presence in Blackwood Manor was predetermined by forces that transcended time and reason? The thought was as unsettling as it was exhilarating. The diary's narrative took an even darker turn as it recounted an event known only as the Night of Broken Promises. The author described a night filled with unspeakable sorrow and a ritual performed under a blood-red moon. The details were shrouded in ambiguity, leaving me to wonder about the true nature of the ceremony. Was it a desperate plea for forgiveness, or a sinister invocation meant to bind the family's fate to an endless cycle of despair? The pages were filled with cryptic symbols and enigmatic references to the blood of kin and the price of redemption. I felt a growing urgency to decipher these passages, convinced that they held the key to understanding not only the curse itself, but also the means to finally break its grip on the mansion and its inhabitants. As dusk began to settle outside the study's narrow windows, I realized that I had been reading the diary for hours. The light of the fading day cast long shadows across the pages, lending an even greater sense of mystery to the already enigmatic text. I closed the diary gently, as though afraid that even the slightest movement might disturb the fragile balance of its contents. In that quiet moment, I felt both the weight of responsibility and the stirrings of hope. The diary had entrusted me with its secrets, and I knew that my next steps would determine whether the dark legacy of Blackwood Manor would continue to haunt future generations. Before retiring for the night, I carefully copied down several key passages in my notebook, determined to preserve every clue for further analysis. I reread the lines that spoke of the hidden lever and the chamber behind the bookshelf, committing every detail to memory. I made plans to revisit the study at first light, to search for any irregularities that might hint at the lever's location. The diary had provided me with a tangible path forward, a roadmap to the heart of the mystery. And yet, for every answer it offered, it also raised new questions. Who was the author of these entries? How had she come to possess such knowledge of the mansion's darkest secrets? And what role was I destined to play in this ongoing saga of sorrow and redemption? Lying in bed that night, with the diary resting on the nightstand, I found myself unable to shake the feeling that I was standing at the threshold of something far greater than a mere historical investigation. The diary's cryptic verses and carefully crafted clues hinted at a destiny that was intimately tied to my own existence, a destiny that might force me to confront truths I had long tried to ignore. In the quiet solitude of the night, I allowed myself to wonder if the mysteries of Blackwood Manor were not simply relics of a bygone era, but living echoes that resonated through time, calling out to be acknowledged and ultimately set free. Sleep eventually claimed me, though my dreams were filled with disjointed images of shadowy figures, hidden levers, and secret chambers. In those half-remembered visions, I saw the spectral face of the author, her eyes filled with both despair and hope, silently urging me to continue the search. I awoke the next morning with a renewed sense of purpose and an unwavering determination to unravel the diary's riddles. Every step I took would bring me closer to the truth, and every line of the diary was a stepping stone toward breaking the curse that had bound this ancient family for so long. Now, as I sit at my desk in the quiet morning light, I can still feel the echo of the diary's call resonating in my heart. I know that the pages I have read are more than mere historical record. They are the whispers of a soul desperate to be understood, a soul that, in its anguish, has entrusted me with a mission that defies the boundaries of time. With every clue I uncover, I edge closer to the hidden lever, to the secret passage behind the bookshelf, and to the long-forgotten room that holds the key to everything. I am no longer a passive observer of history. I have become an active participant in a tale that spans generations, a tale that now demands to be rewritten. The diary remains open before me, a silent testament to the intertwined destinies of those who have come before and those who are yet to come. Its cryptic words, laden with both sorrow and hope, serve as a constant reminder that the past is never truly dead. It lives on in every whispered secret, in every hidden clue, in every heartbeat echoing through the corridors of Blackwood Manor. As I prepare to follow the diary's guidance, I feel both the burden and the privilege of the knowledge it contains. The path ahead is fraught with peril and uncertainty, but it is also illuminated by the possibility of redemption, chance to break the chains of a curse that has held sway over generations. I know that my journey is only beginning, that the diary is merely the first of many keys that will unlock the labyrinth of history and mystery that surrounds me. Yet I am resolute in my determination to uncover the truth, to piece together the fragments of a past that has long been shrouded in darkness. With the cryptic diary as my guide, I step forward into the unknown, ready to embrace the challenges that await me and to confront the legacy that binds us all. I had long suspected that Blackwood Manor concealed more secrets than its crumbling walls let on. After discovering the cryptic diary and following its enigmatic clues, I felt an irresistible pull to explore further. My heart pounded with anticipation as I retraced my steps through the mansion's labyrinthine corridors. The diary's references to hidden levers and secret passageways danced in my mind, urging me to look beyond the obvious. I knew that somewhere in the depths of the manor lay a secret entrance, a passage that would reveal another piece of the mansion's dark legacy. The day was overcast, the sky a tapestry of swirling grays that perfectly matched the somber mood inside the estate. I moved slowly along the corridors, my eyes scanning every nook and crevice for any sign of something out of place. The mansion's atmosphere was charged with a subtle energy, as if the very walls held memories of times long past. Every step I took resonated with the creaks and groans of a building that had witnessed centuries of sorrow and secrets. My mind kept returning to a particular passage in the diary, reference to a hidden lever in a wall corridor near the library. According to the text, this lever was disguised as an inconspicuous detail, a mere suggestion of decoration that masked a much deeper truth. With a mixture of trepidation and determination, I made my way toward the library. The room was vast, its tall shelves laden with dusty tomes that had not been touched in years. The scent of aging paper and leather filled the air, mingling with the faint odor of incense that seemed to linger from forgotten rituals. I carefully inspected the walls, my fingers trailing along the carved wood panels that lined the room. As I studied each detail, I recalled the diary's insistence that even the smallest anomaly could be the key to unlocking the passage. It was then that I noticed something peculiar, a subtle, almost imperceptible seam running along one section of the wall behind an ornate bookshelf. My heart raced as I pressed my hand against the cool, smooth surface, feeling for any sign of movement or hidden mechanism. After several long moments, I felt a slight give under my fingertips, as if the wall were concealing a secret door. With trembling hands, I pushed gently against the panel. A quiet click echoed through the silence, and to my astonishment, the bookshelf shuddered slightly, shifting just enough to reveal a narrow opening. My pulse quickened as I peered into the darkness beyond. The passageway was dimly lit by the weak light filtering through cracks in the stone ceiling, and a chill breeze whispered from its depths. I stepped through the gap, leaving behind the familiar confines of the library for an unknown realm. The passage was narrow and winding, its walls rough and uneven. I could feel the texture of the ancient stone under my fingertips as I cautiously advanced. Each step forward was accompanied by the echo of my footfalls, creating a rhythmic beat that seemed to harmonize with the distant sound of dripping water. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and decay, and the temperature dropped noticeably, adding to the eerie ambience of the hidden corridor. The passage twisted and turned, leading me deeper into the bowels of the manor. I was aware that every inch I covered brought me closer to unveiling another part of Blackwood Manor's mystery. My mind raced with possibilities as I recalled the diary's descriptions of secret rooms and long, forgotten relics that were intertwined with the fate of the family who had once lived here. The anticipation was almost overwhelming, and yet a part of me hesitated, wondering if I was truly ready to face what lay ahead. After what felt like an eternity of slow, deliberate progress, the passage opened into a small antechamber. I paused at the threshold, letting my eyes adjust to the dim light that emanated from an unknown source deeper within the chamber. The room was circular, its walls lined with faded murals that depicted scenes of both beauty and sorrow. In the center of the antechamber stood an ancient stone pedestal, overgrown with delicate vines that clung to its surface as if protecting a long-held secret. I approached the pedestal with a mixture of reverence and trepidation. The diary had hinted that objects in hidden rooms often held clues to the mansion's dark past, and I suspected that this pedestal was no exception. Carefully, I examined its surface, noting intricate carvings that seemed to tell a story of love, betrayal, and a curse that had haunted this lineage for generations. Each carving was a fragment of a narrative that I had only begun to understand, and I felt a deep connection to the sorrow and longing imbued within the stone. My exploration of the antechamber was interrupted by a faint sound, a soft, rhythmic tapping echoing from deeper within the hidden passage. It was a sound that suggested movement, as though someone or something was treading silently along the corridor. My heart pounded faster as I turned toward the source of the noise. The sound was steady, almost hypnotic, drawing me further into the depths of the passage. I steeled myself, determined to uncover the mystery behind it, even if it meant venturing into the unknown. I retraced my steps into the narrow corridor, following the persistent tapping sound. The walls of the passage were now adorned with faint markings, almost like inscriptions carved into the stone by long-forgotten hands. These markings, I realized, were similar to symbols I had seen in the diary, cryptic signs that hinted at ancient rituals and a binding curse. The presence of these symbols reinforced my belief that I was on the right path, that each element of this journey was interwoven with the mansion's dark history. As I progressed, the tapping grew louder, more insistent. I moved cautiously, every sense heightened, until I reached a junction where the corridor split into two. The sound emanated from the left-hand path, a narrow tunnel that curved sharply before disappearing into darkness. I hesitated for only a moment before choosing that direction, trusting the subtle guidance of fate and the clues the diary had so carefully laid out. The tunnel was even narrower and darker than the previous passage, and I found myself leaning against the cool stone wall for support. The sound of my heartbeat seemed to fill the silence, mingling with the rhythmic tapping that continued to echo ahead. I could no longer tell if the sound was mechanical or if it was the steady tread of a hidden presence. The ambiguity added to the intensity of the moment, and I felt as though I were walking the thin line between reality and the supernatural. After several tense minutes, the tunnel gradually widened into another small chamber. This room was markedly different from the others I had encountered. The walls here were smoother, and the ceiling arched gracefully overhead, supported by intricately carved columns. In the center of the chamber, illuminated by a shaft of pale light that filtered in from a crack in the ceiling, lay a series of objects arranged in a deliberate pattern. Among these objects was an old, rusted lantern, a set of delicate porcelain figurines, and a leather-bound journal whose cover was worn smooth by time. Each item seemed deliberately placed, as if forming part of a ritual or a memorial to the past. I knelt down to examine the objects more closely. The lantern, despite its rust, still exuded a faint glow, hinting that it might have been lit at some point in the recent past. Or perhaps it was meant to be lit again. The porcelain figurines were arranged as if in a circle, their features frozen in expressions of both joy and despair, and the journal, with its mysterious inscriptions on the cover, reminded me of the diary I had found earlier, though this one was evidently older and bore the unmistakable aura of long-buried secrets. The tapping sound had ceased now, replaced by an eerie silence that seemed to press in on me from all sides. I felt a sudden urgency to record every detail, every object, every symbol that might provide further insight into the legacy of Blackwood Manor. Carefully, I opened the leather-bound journal, its pages brittle and yellowed with age. The entries were written in a hand that was both elegant and precise, describing rituals, family curses, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. I recognized some of the symbols from the diary, and it became clear that this hidden chamber was a repository of knowledge, a place where the true history of the family had been recorded away from prying eyes. In that moment, the significance of the hidden passage became undeniable. This was not simply an escape route or a forgotten corridor. It was a conduit between the living and the dead, between the present and a past that still yearned to be understood. Every step I had taken, every clue I had followed, had led me to this very chamber, a testament to the intricate web of fate that bound me to Blackwood Manor. I spent what felt like hours poring over the journal, transcribing its passages into my notebook and marveling at the detailed accounts of ancient rituals that were meant to lift a curse that had tormented the family for generations. The words spoke of sacrifices made in the name of redemption and of promises that were as binding as they were tragic. I realized that the hidden passage was not merely a physical corridor, but a symbolic journey into the heart of the mansion's mystery, a journey that demanded both courage and compassion. With each new revelation, my determination grew stronger. I was no longer a casual explorer of forgotten relics, but a seeker on a quest to mend the broken tapestry of history. The objects in the chamber, the inscriptions on the walls, and the solemn words in the journal all pointed to a destiny that was intricately intertwined with my own. I felt as if the spirits of those who had come before were silently urging me onward, their collective whispers echoing through the stone corridors and into my soul. I carefully gathered the journal and the lantern, feeling that they were key artifacts in my quest for the truth. The lantern, though tarnished by time, might yet serve to illuminate the dark recesses of this passage and guide me further into the secrets hidden within the manor. Clutching these relics, I retraced my steps out of the chamber, pausing at the threshold to cast one last, longing look back at the repository of so many untold stories. The passageway beckoned me onward, and I knew that the journey was far from over. Every hidden corridor, every concealed door within Blackwood Manor was a chapter waiting to be read, a page in a grand narrative that spanned centuries. I emerged from the secret chamber into a broader passage that opened onto a dimly lit hall, its walls lined with more cryptic markings and ancient symbols. The air was heavy with the weight of untold secrets, and I sensed that the mansion itself was guiding me to yet another hidden truth. I moved deliberately along the hall, my footsteps echoing softly against the stone floor. The passage was silent now, save for the soft rustling of my own breath and the occasional creak of old wood. I could feel the energy of the past swirling around me, each step resonating with the promise of further revelations. I was acutely aware that I was treading on sacred ground, a threshold between what was known and what lay hidden in the dark recesses of time. As I reached the end of the hall, the passage opened into a larger room that seemed almost otherworldly in its design. The room was circular, with a domed ceiling that was adorned with faded frescoes depicting scenes of both celestial beauty and earthly sorrow. At the center of the room was a circular dais, upon which lay a large, intricately designed mirror. The mirror's surface was remarkably clear, reflecting the flickering light of my lantern as if it were a portal into another realm. I approached the mirror cautiously, mesmerized by its perfection and the aura of mystery that surrounded it. For a long moment, I gazed into the reflective surface, as if expecting it to reveal hidden images or secret messages. And then, as if in answer to my silent plea, the mirror shimmered and displayed fleeting images of faces long past, spectral figures whose eyes seemed to hold the sorrow of generations. In that brief, otherworldly moment, I felt a deep connection to those souls, as if their pain and hope were now a part of me. The experience left me both humbled and invigorated, reinforcing my resolve to uncover every secret that Blackwood Manor held within its ancient walls. With the mirror's haunting vision fresh in my mind, I turned away from the dais and began my slow, deliberate journey back through the passage. I carried with me the weight of knowledge and the quiet promise that I had indeed discovered one of the manor's many hidden pathways, a passage that not only led to secret chambers, but also bridged the gap between past and present. Each step echoed with the memory of those lost voices, and I vowed silently that I would honor their stories by continuing my quest for the truth. As I emerged from the hidden passage back into the main corridors of Blackwood Manor, I felt transformed. The discovery of the secret passage was not merely an exploration of stone and shadow. It was an affirmation that the mansion's mysteries were real, that its legacy was etched into every crevice and every whisper of wind. The diary's clues, the symbols on the walls, and the spectral images in the mirror all converged into a single undeniable truth. The secrets of Blackwood Manor were calling out to be unveiled, and I was destined to be the one to bring them to light. Stepping back into the fading light of the manor's central hall, I took a deep breath, savoring the chill of revelation that lingered in my veins. The hidden passage had shown me that every secret, no matter how deeply buried, could eventually be unearthed if one dared to look closely enough. And so, with the relics in my possession and the journal's cryptic passages echoing in my mind, I resolved to continue my journey, further into the heart of the manor, deeper into its past, and ultimately closer to the truth that had been waiting in the shadows all along. Now, standing at the threshold between the known and the unknown, I understood that Blackwood Manor was not merely a building, but a living testament to the power of secrets and the relentless pull of fate. Every hidden passage, every concealed door, was a step on a journey that defied time, a journey that I was only just beginning to understand. And as I moved forward, the quiet hum of destiny seemed to follow me, promising that the mysteries of the manor would soon reveal themselves, one hidden passage at a time. I had followed every clue, every whispered suggestion that Blackwood Manor had offered me up to this point, and now I found myself standing before what I had long anticipated, the forgotten room. My hands trembled with equal measures of trepidation and exhilaration as I pushed against the heavy, time-worn door. In that moment, the weight of generations seemed to settle upon my shoulders, and the cool air that seeped from behind the door carried with it a lifetime of sorrow, secrets, and memories waiting to be unearthed. Stepping inside was like crossing a threshold into another world entirely. The room was vast yet shrouded in dim light, the only illumination coming from the weak rays filtering through a grimy window high on the wall. Dust motes danced in that pale light, and every object in the room bore the unmistakable patina of neglect and time. I could feel the presence of the past in every corner, the echoes of laughter long silenced, the whispers of regrets that refused to fade away. In that forgotten room, every item was a relic of a life lived in both splendor and agony. I slowly moved toward a large oak desk that dominated one side of the room. Its surface was scarred with the marks of years of use, scratches, indentations, and faint burn marks that hinted at a turbulent past. Upon the desk lay an assortment of objects, a faded portrait in an ornate frame, a stack of brittle letters bound with a red ribbon, and a delicate porcelain figurine that looked as if it might shatter at the slightest touch. I gently reached out to touch the portrait, its surface cool under my fingertips. The woman in the painting had a sorrowful look in her eyes, as though she had witnessed a lifetime of tragedies and betrayals. Her gaze seemed to follow me, silently imploring me to understand the secrets that had been locked away in this very room. My eyes wandered around the room, taking in every detail. Along the far wall was a series of shelves that held various artifacts, old trinkets, faded books with cracked spines, and small boxes that were as mysterious as the room itself. One box in particular caught my attention. It was made of dark, polished wood and was adorned with intricate carvings that matched the patterns I had seen in the diary. I lifted the lid gingerly, and inside I found a collection of letters tied with a faded blue ribbon. The handwriting was elegant, each letter a testament to the long, forgotten passion and despair of its author. As I read the first letter, I realized that these were not mere personal correspondences, but documents that chronicled a family's legacy of betrayal, loss, and a desperate longing for redemption. The room itself seemed to breathe with the memories of its occupants. Every surface, every object, was a silent storyteller. I made my way toward an arched doorway at the back of the room. Beyond it lay a narrow space filled with old furniture and even older memories. There, in the corner, was an antique mirror, its surface dulled by the passage of time. I found myself inexplicably drawn to it, as if the mirror held some secret connection to my own soul. As I peered into the glass, I thought I saw not just my own reflection, but faint images of those who had come before me, a family caught in the throes of anguish, their eyes pleading for someone to break the cycle of suffering that had defined their lives. A sudden chill swept through the room, and I felt a presence behind me. I turned sharply, half expecting to see a figure emerging from the shadows. Instead, all I saw was a glimmer of light reflecting off a small object on a side table. I stepped over to it and discovered a silver locket, its surface etched with a delicate engraving that matched the symbols I had seen earlier in the diary. Opening the locket, I found a tiny, faded photograph of a young girl with large, melancholy eyes. In that instant, I understood that this locket was far more than a sentimental keepsake. It was a tangible connection to the cursed lineage that had haunted Blackwood Manor for centuries. Overwhelmed by a mix of emotions, I sank into a high, backed armchair that sat forlornly in a corner of the room. I pulled out one of the brittle letters from the wooden box and began reading aloud, my voice echoing softly off the bare walls. The letter detailed a night of despair, a night when the family's fortune turned to tragedy, and it spoke of a desperate plea for salvation. With each carefully chosen word, I felt the sorrow and longing of the writer seep into me. The narrative was both heartbreaking and strangely familiar, as if it were a mirror reflecting parts of my own life that I had long kept hidden. I could not help but feel that the room was guiding me, urging me to piece together the fragments of this tragic tale. After finishing the letter, I slowly rose and wandered to a large window that overlooked the overgrown courtyard outside. The view was haunting. A tangle of vines and wildflowers reclaiming the once proud estate, nature slowly erasing the scars of human suffering. In that quiet moment, I contemplated the fate of the family whose memories were encapsulated within these walls. I wondered if their lives had been a series of unfortunate coincidences, or if some malevolent force had conspired to bind their destinies together. The forgotten room, I realized, was a microcosm of the mansion's entire history, a silent repository of sorrow and hope, of love lost, and of the faint possibility of redemption. As I gazed out the window, I noticed a glimmer of movement in the shadows cast by the twilight. I turned abruptly, and there, at the far end of the room, I saw the faint outline of a figure. The apparition was barely discernible, a delicate shimmer at the edge of my vision, but its presence was undeniable. My heart pounded fiercely as I stepped forward, compelled by an instinct I could neither deny nor fully comprehend. The figure drifted slowly toward me, its form wavering like a mirage in the dim light. I could see now that it was the woman from the portrait, her eyes filled with a deep, unspoken sorrow. Her presence seemed to radiate both sadness and a desperate need for justice, and I felt an inexplicable connection to her plight. The spectral figure paused before me, and for several long moments, time itself appeared to hold its breath. In that silence, I sensed the cumulative anguish of countless generations, the hopes dashed, the dreams unfulfilled, and the endless cycle of curses that had plagued this family. The ghostly woman's lips moved soundlessly, as if she were trying to convey a message without the aid of words. I reached out instinctively, yearning to offer some comfort, to alleviate the burden that she had carried for so long. Yet as my fingers approached, the apparition seemed to fade, leaving behind only the lingering chill of her sorrow. Struggling to regain my composure, I turned my attention back to the objects scattered around the room. I knew that the forgotten room held more than just memories. It held clues, keys that would unlock the truth about the curse that had defined the family's fate. I examined the desk once more, my eyes catching on a small, leather-bound journal tucked behind a stack of old letters. Its cover was embossed with the same intricate patterns that I had seen in the diary, and a shiver of recognition ran through me. I opened the journal carefully, as though handling a sacred text, and began to read the entries scrawled in a hurried, almost frantic hand. The pages recounted events in rapid succession. A family torn apart by betrayal, a desperate attempt to break a cycle of despair, and cryptic hints of a ritual that could reverse the curse if performed correctly. Every line, every carefully chosen word, hinted at a promise of redemption, but also at a price that might be too high to pay. As I read, I felt as though the journal were speaking directly to me, urging me to fulfill a destiny that had been written long before I ever set foot in Blackwood Manor. The text was both a warning and an invitation, a call to action that resonated with the deepest parts of my soul. By the time I closed the journal, night had fully descended upon the mansion. The dim light of a single candle provided a fragile barrier against the encroaching darkness, and I felt a renewed urgency to continue my exploration. I knew that the forgotten room was only the beginning, that it was a stepping stone in a larger journey that spanned not only the history of Blackwood Manor, but also the very fabric of my own destiny. I gathered the locket, the journal, and several other items that seemed particularly laden with meaning, carefully placing them in my satchel. With these relics in hand, I prepared to leave the room, my mind racing with possibilities and unanswered questions. Before stepping back into the corridor, I took one last lingering look around the forgotten room. In that solemn silence, I silently vowed that I would return, that I would uncover every secret hidden within these walls, and bring to light the full story of the cursed family. The forgotten room, with all its sorrow and beauty, had imprinted itself on my heart. It was a repository of history and pain, a physical manifestation of a legacy that had been both tragic and transformative. I knew then that my journey was inexorably linked with the fate of those who had come before me, and that the next steps would require both courage and a willingness to confront the darkness head-on. Stepping back through the doorway, I felt the burden of the past mingling with a new sense of resolve. Each step I took away from the forgotten room was accompanied by a promise to honor the memory of the family whose secrets I had just begun to unravel. I would carry their stories with me, and I would do everything in my power to break the curse that had held them captive for so long. Even as the mansion's ancient walls closed behind me, the echoes of the forgotten room continued to reverberate in my heart. An unyielding reminder that some secrets are so potent, so intertwined with destiny, that they can never truly be laid to rest. Now, as I made my way down the long, echoing corridors of Blackwood Manor, the relics of the forgotten room rested securely in my satchel, and I felt both the weight of history and the spark of hope guiding me onward. The journey ahead was uncertain and fraught with dangers I could barely imagine, but I was determined to press forward. I had seen the sorrow of those who had suffered under the curse, and I knew that my actions might be the key to freeing their tormented spirits. Every step, every heartbeat, was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, a spirit that could rise from despair and forge a path toward redemption. In that single, forgotten room, I had discovered not only the evidence of a tragic past, but also the promise of a future where history might be rewritten, where the cycle of pain might finally come to an end. With the knowledge gleaned from the journal, the locket, and the spectral presence that had reached out to me, I felt an urgent calling to return to Blackwood Manor and confront the mysteries that lay hidden in its deepest recesses. The mansion was far from done revealing its secrets, and the Forgotten Room was only the first chapter of a story that spanned centuries. I resolved to document every step of my journey, to honor the voices of the past by ensuring that their stories would not be forgotten. In doing so, I hoped to uncover the ritual that might break the curse. Ritual hinted at by cryptic passages in the journal and echoed in the haunting gaze of the spectral woman. As I stepped out into the cool night air, the mansion loomed behind me like a silent guardian of its own mysteries. I could feel the pull of destiny urging me back, promising that my next steps would be as significant as the ones I had taken so far. I knew that the path ahead would be perilous, that the darkness I was about to face might test every fiber of my being, but I also knew that I could not turn back. The Forgotten Room had shown me that the past was never truly dead. It lived on in every hidden corner, every whispered secret, and every determined heartbeat that dared to defy the curse. In that lingering moment beneath the starlit sky, I took a deep breath and steeled myself for what was to come. My journey through Blackwood Manor was far from over, and the lessons I had learned in the Forgotten Room would guide me as I continued to unravel the tapestry of fate. The legacy of sorrow, betrayal, and hope that permeated these ancient walls was a call to action. A call that I was now compelled to answer with all the strength and resolve I could muster. And so, with the relics of the Forgotten Room safely in my possession, and the memories of its sorrowful past etched into my heart, I turned back toward the mansion. I would return to the depths of Blackwood Manor, to the hidden passages and secret chambers that lay waiting in the darkness, and I would uncover every secret until the curse that had bound this family for so long was finally broken. I felt a quiet confidence settle over me, a conviction that, no matter how daunting the path, I was not walking it alone. The voices of the past, the spectral figures, and the silent whispers of the Forgotten Room would be my guides, urging me ever onward toward redemption and the rewriting of a tragic history. I stepped forward into the night, each footfall echoing like a heartbeat of destiny, and I knew that my life would never be the same again. The hidden chamber of relics that I discovered in the Forgotten Room continued to haunt my thoughts long after I left its somber confines. In the days that followed, I found myself drawn back to Blackwood Manor, compelled by a need to delve deeper into the relics and documents I had encountered. I had felt that these artifacts were not mere remnants of a tragic past, but keys to understanding the sinister forces at work within the manor. It was as if every object whispered secrets about a hidden history, one that was laced with betrayal, mysterious disappearances, and a curse that seemed to defy time itself. One crisp morning, I returned to the study where I had first pored over the diary and began to systematically search for any additional clues that might have been overlooked. My mind was brimming with questions. How did these relics connect with the strange events reported by local villagers? What was the real nature of the curse that had bound the family to Blackwood Manor for generations? And most disconcertingly, was there a possibility that I, too, was entangled in its dark legacy? As I began my search, I carefully examined the stack of brittle letters and faded photographs that had been stored away in a carved wooden chest I had found tucked behind a row of ancient tomes. Each document was steeped in sorrow. I unfolded a yellowed letter written in spidery handwriting that detailed a series of unexplained disappearances that had plagued the manor decades ago. The letter spoke of family members and close servants vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only an aura of despair and an overwhelming sense of foreboding. I could almost hear the hushed voices of those lost souls as I read the desperate scribbles of the writer, whose hand trembled with anguish on every line. In one particular envelope, I discovered a series of photographs that depicted gatherings of the family during happier times. A stark contrast to the grief evident in the letters. The images, though faded, showed smiling faces, celebratory feasts, and genteel dances in the grand ballroom of Blackwood Manor. Yet, amid the laughter captured on film, A few of the faces bore shadows of sorrow, as if they knew that the jubilation would soon be marred by unspeakable tragedy. I could not shake the feeling that these relics were deliberately preserved, a silent testament to a dual legacy of love and despair. The juxtaposition of celebration and calamity was too precise to be coincidental. It hinted at a dark secret lurking behind the facade of family honor. After hours of meticulous examination, I came upon a folded piece of parchment, hidden at the bottom of the chest beneath several brittle documents. The paper was thick and heavy, its edges stained with age. As I carefully unfolded it, I discovered that it was a letter, one that was markedly different from the others. The handwriting was bold and assertive, exuding an urgency that immediately captured my attention. This letter, penned in an almost desperate tone, detailed a ritual of binding meant to secure the family's fortunes and, tragically, to ensure that their misfortunes would echo through future generations. Every word resonated with an ominous warning. The ritual was both a curse and a safeguard, a double-edged legacy that promised protection at the price of eternal torment. Reading that letter, a chill crept along my spine. It spoke of sacrifices made under the blood-red glow of a lunar eclipse, of pacts sealed in the language of arcane symbols, and of a price that no mortal could willingly pay. The letter was signed with an enigmatic moniker, the initial, the M, and hinted that the ritual's true purpose was to bind the souls of the family to the very foundations of Blackwood Manor. At that moment, I realized that the relics were not isolated artifacts of a tragic history. They were interconnected, forming an intricate web that wove together the lives of those who had once inhabited the mansion. More disturbingly, the letter hinted that the curse might extend its reach beyond the family itself, infecting anyone with a certain bloodline, a possibility that filled me with a disquieting dread. As I absorbed the grim revelations contained in the letter, a heavy weight settled in my chest. The possibility that the curse might be tied to my own lineage began to gnaw at me. I recalled the inexplicable pull I had felt since the day I first set foot in Blackwood Manor, a magnetic force that suggested that I was more than a mere curious historian. Had I been drawn here solely by academic interest, or was there a deeper, more personal reason for my presence? The thought that I might share a blood connection with the cursed family was at once horrifying and, in a strange way, illuminating. It provided a potential explanation for the uncanny resonance I felt when reading the relics and deciphering the diary's cryptic clues. Determined to seek out further answers, I retraced my steps back to the antechamber where I had first encountered the relics. I spent several days methodically cataloging every document, photograph, and trinket I had found, cross-referencing their details with the accounts in the diary. I began to compile a timeline of events, a mosaic of joy turned to sorrow, of fortunes gained and then abruptly lost. I could see a pattern emerging. The family's rise and fall were punctuated by periods of inexplicable disappearance and unrelenting misfortune. Each gap in the timeline seemed to correspond to the recurrence of the curse, as though the dark ritual was being enacted again and again, in a ceaseless cycle of hope and despair. One evening, as I sat in the study with the relics spread out before me, I noticed that one of the documents, an unsigned will, contained a peculiar clause. The will stated that in the event of the family's dissolution, a final heir would inherit not only the mansion but also the burden of the curse. The language was archaic, almost ritualistic in its phrasing, and it struck me as both a grim prophecy and a deliberate warning. I could not shake the feeling that the phrase, final heir, was meant to be more than a legal term. It seemed to hint at a destiny that transcended conventional inheritance, a destiny that might bind the chosen one to the ancient and malignant force that had once cursed this very lineage. That turning point in my research ignited a torrent of questions. Had I, with every unconscious step toward Blackwood Manor, been guided to this moment of reckoning? The notion that I might be the final heir was as bewildering as it was terrifying. I remembered moments from my childhood, vague recollections of a family secret, whispered conversations in hushed tones, and a mysterious locket that had always felt inexplicably personal. Now, the relics before me, the documents and photographs laden with sorrow and mystery, seemed to converge on a single, shattering possibility. My own bloodline could be interwoven with the cursed legacy of Blackwood Manor. For hours that night, I sat hunched over the relics in the solitary light of a flickering candle. I transcribed passages from the old documents into my notebook, trying to piece together the mosaic of a family history that had been deliberately obscured by time and misfortune. Every fragment I assembled deepened the connection between the relics and the disappearances that had long haunted the manor's lore. I could see how each loss, each unexplained vanishing, was not an isolated event but part of a grand, malignant design, a design in which the ritual of binding had been meticulously repeated over generations. The more I uncovered, the more it became apparent that the curse was not simply an abstract misfortune, but a deliberate act of dark magic that had been carefully orchestrated by an unknown hand. As I continued my research, I found an even more disturbing document, a diary entry that had been tucked away in the back of a leather-bound ledger. The entry was written in a hurried, almost desperate hand and described the final moments of a family member who had attempted to defy the ritual. The words were raw and painful, filled with a sense of impending doom. The writer detailed how they had attempted to break the cycle, only to be overwhelmed by forces beyond mortal control. Their final line spoke of a reckoning, a moment when the curse would demand its due, exacting a price that was both unimaginable and irrevocable. I could almost feel the writer's anguish pulsating through the faded ink, a visceral reminder that some forces were not meant to be defied. The revelation contained within that entry sent a shiver through my soul. I realized that the relics, the documents, and even the spectral whispers I had encountered were all pieces of a larger puzzle, one that pointed inexorably to a destiny that was now mine to face. The cursed ritual, the disappearances, the grim warnings of the will and diary entry, all of it converged into a single, horrifying conclusion. The family's tragic fate was cyclical, a curse that repeated with each generation until the final here emerged to break or perpetuate the cycle. As I grappled with this realization, I felt a surge of determination tempered by a deep, aching fear. The relics of darkness were not simply evidence of a bygone era's misfortunes. They were a clarion call to action, a demand that I confront the legacy that had, until now, remained hidden in the shadows of Blackwood Manor. I understood that the only way to end the cycle of suffering was to confront the ritual itself, to decipher its intricate details, and, if possible, to rewrite its tragic conclusion. The notion that I might be bound by blood to this ancient curse was both a curse in itself and a potential key to salvation. In that moment, I vowed that I would not allow the dark magic that had haunted this family for centuries to claim another victim. In the weeks that followed, I devoted myself to deciphering every symbol, every cryptic passage contained within the relics. I spent long nights in the study, cross-referencing my findings with obscure tomes on arcane lore and forbidden rituals. Each discovery was a small victory against the oppressive weight of the curse. Yet every revelation also deepened the mystery. I began to suspect that the ritual of binding was not a singular event, but rather a series of interconnected acts, a chain reaction that had ensnared the family in a cycle of doom from which escape seemed impossible. At the heart of my research lay the burning question: how could one possibly break a curse so meticulously woven into the fabric of time? The answer, I feared, might lie within the very ritual that had caused so much suffering. With trembling resolve, I returned to the relics, studying the faded parchment of the cursed letter once more. Its words, scrawled with a fervor born of despair, hinted that the curse could be undone only by a ritual performed with genuine remorse and self-sacrifice. A ritual that required the blood of the final here. The implications were staggering, If I was indeed the final here, then I stood at a crossroads, either to succumb to the inherited curse or to risk everything in an attempt to break it once and for all. The thought of such a sacrificial act terrified me, yet it also ignited a spark of hope. In the quiet solitude of the manor's library, I made my decision. I would face the curse head-on. I would gather all the relics of darkness, the documents, the photographs, the cursed letters, and use them as a foundation upon which to reconstruct the ritual. My goal was not to merely document the tragic history of Blackwood Manor, but to challenge the very forces that had bound its inhabitants in a cycle of sorrow. I resolved to honor the voices of those lost, and to offer my own blood as a means of redemption. In that fateful moment, as I closed my notebook and gazed at the relics laid out before me, I felt the weight of destiny settle firmly on my shoulders. The relics of darkness had revealed more than a family's tragic past. They had uncovered a personal connection to the curse that now threatened to define my future. I could no longer deny that my journey was not solely about unearthing history, but about rewriting it. The final hair was not just a title or a role. It was a living, breathing destiny that I was compelled to embrace. With renewed determination, I set about preparing for the ritual that might break the cycle once and for all. I gathered the cursed documents, secured the photographs in protective cases, and carefully arranged the relics in the precise order described in the faded texts. Every detail mattered: the alignment of symbols, the timing of the lunar phases, and the exact incantations that needed to be uttered in a voice imbued with both sorrow and hope. I realized that this act of defiance against the curse would require not only a deep understanding of the dark magic at work, but also an unyielding faith in the possibility of redemption. In the days that followed, as I balanced my research with cautious preparations, I began to notice subtle changes in my own life. Unexplained chills would descend upon me at moments of quiet introspection. Dreams filled with shadowy figures and whispered incantations became frequent visitors in my sleep. Each of these experiences served as a reminder that the curse was not content to remain dormant. It was alive, pulsating with a dark energy that sought a worthy vessel to continue its legacy. And now, that vessel seemed to be me. The realization was as frightening as it was liberating. I could feel the pull of the curse in my veins, a reminder that my very existence was intertwined with the tragic legacy of Blackwood Manor. Yet I also sensed an emerging strength, a spark of resistance that could defy the malevolent forces determined to see the curse continue. I knew that the coming days would be filled with peril and heartache, but I also knew that I had no choice but to confront the darkness head-on. As twilight descended one evening, I arranged the relics in the secret chamber I had discovered within the manor. In that solemn space, lit only by the wavering flame of a single candle, I began the ritual in earnest. I recited the incantations that I had painstakingly transcribed from the cursed documents, my voice trembling yet resolute. The air around me grew heavy, and the shadows on the walls seemed to shift as if stirred by an unseen force. In that charged moment, I could almost feel the presence of every soul who had suffered under the curse, each of them urging me on, their voices merging into a single, haunting plea for liberation. As I reached the climax of the ritual, a sudden, overwhelming sensation surged through me, a powerful confluence of fear, hope, and determination. I understood then that the relics of darkness were not simply reminders of a tragic past. They were the foundation upon which a new future could be built. I had embraced my role as the final here, and with every word I spoke, I felt the dark magic that had bound the family for generations begin to tremble under the force of my resolve. In that final, breathtaking moment, as the incantations echoed through the ancient walls of Blackwood Manor, I realized that I was not merely fighting for my own soul, but for the souls of all those who had suffered under the relentless curse. The ritual had become a transformative act, a desperate bid to rewrite a history marred by sorrow and to bring about a dawn of redemption that would finally free us all from the shadows of the past. Now, with the relics of darkness arrayed before me and my fate sealed by my own resolve, I stand at the precipice of a new beginning. The documents, letters, photographs, and cursed writings have revealed their secrets, and with them, I have learned that the true power to break the cycle lies not in succumbing to the darkness, but in harnessing its energy to forge a path toward light. Though the journey ahead remains uncertain and fraught with peril, I am determined to challenge the forces that have haunted Blackwood Manor for centuries. The relics of darkness have taught me that every fragment of a tragic past holds within it the seeds of hope, and that by facing our own demons, we can ultimately rewrite our destiny. I have learned that the curse is not an immutable fate, but a challenge, a gauntlet thrown down by the shadows of time, daring me to defy it. And so, with a heart both heavy and hopeful, I prepare to continue my quest, armed with the knowledge that the darkness can be overcome when one dares to confront it head on. In the silence that followed the completion of the ritual, I felt an indescribable calm wash over me. The relics lay silent, their once oppressive weight seemingly lifted by the power of my determination. I knew that the battle was far from over, that the curse might yet stir in the depths of Blackwood Manor. But in that moment, I felt a glimmer of victory. The dark legacy that had plagued the family was beginning to unravel, and with it, the possibility that the cycle of misfortune might finally be broken. I closed my eyes, savoring the quiet that had descended upon the ancient manor, and allowed myself a brief moment of hope. The relics of darkness had led me to this pivotal moment, and now, I stood ready to face whatever trials lay ahead. My bloodline, intertwined with the cursed past, had become both a burden and a beacon, a reminder that even in the deepest shadows, there exists the potential for transformation and rebirth. With a steady resolve and the relics safely in my possession, I took my first tentative steps away from the chamber, each footfall echoing with the promise of a future reclaimed. I knew that the true test was yet to come, that I would have to confront the full extent of the curse and the forces that sought to preserve it. Yet in that moment of fragile peace, I embraced my destiny, determined to rewrite the tragic narrative of Blackwood Manor and to free the souls bound by its ancient curse. I now carry with me not only the relics of darkness, but also the hope that through understanding and courage, even the most insidious of curses can be overcome. As I continue my journey, I remain ever mindful of the sacrifices made by those who came before me, and I vow to honor their memory by fighting for a future where the shadows of the past no longer hold sway. The relics have spoken, and I have listened. Now, it is time to step forward into the uncertain light of a new dawn. I had begun to suspect that Blackwood Manor's walls were not merely silent witnesses to history, but active participants in its unfolding tale. In the days following the discovery of the relics, an intangible presence began to reveal itself, a haunting force that seeped into every corner of the manor. I found myself waking in the dead of night to inexplicable sounds. A soft tapping at the window, a gentle rustle in the corridor, and each occurrence left me with an unsettling mix of dread and fascination. It started with subtle hints. One evening, as I sat alone in the study, poring over notes and ancient documents, the atmosphere shifted imperceptibly. The candlelight flickered more violently than usual, and shadows danced along the walls in erratic patterns. I paused, pen in hand, and listened. At first, there was nothing but the creaks of the old building settling into its centuries-old bones. Then, in a moment of silence, I thought I heard a hushed whisper, a word or perhaps a plea, that vanished as quickly as it had come. My heart pounded in my chest, and I could not shake the feeling that I was being observed by eyes that had witnessed both sorrow and hope. That night, as I tried to force sleep, dreams invaded my rest with relentless clarity. I dreamt of a figure cloaked in darkness, gliding through the mansion's corridors, its eyes aglow with a melancholy light. In the dream, the specter reached out to me, as if to beg for help or to share a secret. The vision left me trembling, its echo lingering even after I awoke. I could not discern whether the haunting was a trick of my fatigued mind or an actual visitation from beyond. Yet the intensity of the experience convinced me that something supernatural was at play, a presence that refused to be ignored. Over the following days, the hauntings grew bolder. I began to notice unexplained phenomena in every room I visited. In the library, where I had previously found solace among the dusty tomes, books would sometimes fall from the shelves without cause, as though guided by invisible fingers. The once still portraits seemed to watch me with sorrowful eyes that shifted when I wasn't looking. Even the mirror I had discovered in a hidden passage would occasionally ripple with ghostly reflections, distorting my own image with flashes of someone else, a long-dead relative whose expression was one of profound sorrow. One crisp afternoon, I set out on my routine exploration of the manor's inner sanctum, determined to document every anomaly. As I passed through a narrow corridor lined with ancestral portraits, I felt an icy draft that raised the hairs on my arms. I stopped to examine a portrait of a dignified man in a faded military uniform. For a moment, I could have sworn the man's eyes had narrowed in warning, his gaze intensifying as if he were trying to communicate. The air grew thick, and the distant sound of footsteps echoed behind me, though I was alone. I spun around, but no one was there. Instead, the corridor lay empty, its silence as profound as the grave. I pressed on, the feeling of being watched growing with each step, and I began to suspect that the manor itself was alive with restless spirits. Late that evening, I found myself drawn to the grand ballroom, a vast, echoing space that once hosted elaborate dances and festive celebrations. The ballroom was cloaked in shadow, the only light coming from the flicker of moonbeams through high, stained glass windows. As I stepped inside, the silence was nearly oppressive, broken only by the soft murmur of my own footsteps. Suddenly, the sound of a distant piano note resonated through the hall. It was faint, almost imperceptible at first, but it soon grew into a sorrowful melody that filled the cavernous room. My pulse quickened as I followed the sound, every sense on high alert. I reached the center of the ballroom, and the music seemed to envelop me, its notes heavy with melancholy. Yet when I looked around, I saw no instrument, no musician, only the spectral echo of a past that refused to fade. That night, I took refuge in my room, determined to rest and gather strength for the trials ahead. The hours passed in a haze of restless sleep, punctuated by sudden awakenings. At times, I felt a gentle pressure on my shoulder, as if someone were trying to comfort me in the dark. At others, a disembodied voice whispered unintelligible words in a language that sounded ancient and mournful. I began to wonder if the presence was not malevolent at all, but rather a tormented soul desperately seeking resolution. Yet, the fear that gripped me was real, as was the overwhelming sadness that emanated from the spectral energy. In the following days, I resolved to confront this haunting presence. I had always been a rational person, a scholar who trusted in documented history and tangible evidence. However, as the signs of the supernatural became undeniable, I knew that I had to bridge the gap between my skepticism and the reality of the manor's dark legacy. I prepared a small journal, determined to record each paranormal encounter in meticulous detail. Every creak, every whisper, every inexplicable chill was noted down with clinical precision, though my hand trembled as I wrote. I hoped by gathering these fragments of the unknown, I might piece together the story behind the haunting, a story that could offer me both insight and, perhaps, a way to lay the restless spirit to peace. One afternoon, while exploring a neglected wing of the manor that I had not yet visited, I encountered an area shrouded in oppressive darkness. The air was colder there, and the silence was so complete that even the sound of my breathing seemed intrusive. As I passed a broken mirror hanging askew on the wall, I caught a glimpse of a figure in the reflection, a woman, her face obscured by shadows, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. I froze, my heart pounding as I slowly turned. The corridor behind me was empty, Yet the image persisted in the mirror, as if the woman were trapped between worlds. I reached out a tentative hand, almost in a gesture of compassion, and as my fingers brushed the cold surface of the glass, a shiver shot up my spine. The image vanished, leaving behind only the lingering sense of sorrow and a promise of something unresolved. Determined to understand the nature of these encounters, I began to study the manor's history more closely. I spent long hours poring over archived records and forgotten diaries, searching for any reference to a woman who might have been the source of these spectral appearances. I learned that many years ago, a young woman by the name of Evelyn Blackwood had lived and died within these walls. Her life, marked by both beauty and tragedy, had been cut short by circumstances shrouded in mystery and rumor. Some whispered that she had been the victim of a forbidden love, while others claimed that her death was the result of a terrible curse that had befallen the family. The more I read, the more I sensed that her spirit was one of the many that roamed the manor, trapped by grief, longing for justice, or perhaps seeking closure for a life unfulfilled. One particularly stormy night, when the wind howled like the wails of the damned, and rain battered the windows with relentless fury, the haunting presence became overwhelming. I had barricaded myself in the study, determined to complete my notes, when a sudden flash of lightning illuminated the room. In that brief, stark moment, I saw her again, the spectral woman standing at the doorway, her eyes filled with a sorrow so profound it nearly brought me to tears. The figure did not speak, yet her expression conveyed an urgent plea for help, a silent command that stirred something deep within me. I felt as if she were imploring me to break the cycle of suffering that had defined the Blackwood legacy. The storm outside raged on, and within the study, the air seemed charged with an electric intensity, as if the veil between the living and the dead had thinned to a mere whisper. Unable to resist the pull of this ghostly entreaty, I rose from my chair and crossed the room toward the apparition. I extended my hand in a gesture of both respect and compassion, my voice barely more than a whisper as I addressed her. "I am here," I murmured, my words trembling in the charged silence. For a long, agonizing moment, nothing happened. Then, as if stirred by my sincere offer, the woman's form shimmered and grew more distinct. I could now see the delicate features of her face, etched with both beauty and eternal sorrow. Her eyes, luminous in the dim light, met mine, and in that silent communion, I sensed the full weight of her despair. I wanted to reach out to comfort her, yet fear held me in place as the spectral presence seemed to hover, suspended between worlds. In that timeless instant, I understood that the haunting presence was not solely a malevolent force, but a deeply troubled soul, a spirit yearning for resolution. The realization stirred a mix of empathy and determination within me. I vowed then that I would uncover the truth behind her sorrow, that I would piece together the fragments of her story, and if possible, offer her the peace she so desperately sought. It was a promise born not only of my academic curiosity, but of a profound human compassion that transcended the boundary between life and death. After that night, the manifestations of the haunting presence became both more frequent and more purposeful. I would often find small objects displaced from their original positions, as if subtly rearranged by an unseen hand. In the morning light, I discovered delicate footprints leading from a darkened corridor into the study, only to vanish abruptly near the window. My journal filled with frantic notes, sketches, and attempts to decode what these signs might mean. I began to suspect that the ghost was trying to communicate, perhaps even guide me toward a hidden truth that lay buried in the manor's long, forgotten past. In my research, I uncovered an old family ledger that mentioned a tragic incident involving Evelyn Blackwood. The ledger, yellowed with age and written in a spidery hand, recounted how Evelyn had fallen gravely ill following a series of inexplicable events. The entries hinted that her condition worsened after a mysterious visitor had come to the manor. A visitor whose intentions were as opaque as the secrets that shrouded her fate. Though the details were sparse and couched in vague language, I sensed that this was the key to understanding the haunting presence. Evelyn's spirit, it seemed, was bound to the manor not only by grief, but by an unresolved injustice that had plagued her final days. Armed with this new knowledge, I dedicated myself to learning more about the circumstances surrounding Evelyn's life and death. I visited the local archives, combed through newspaper clippings, and even interviewed elderly residents who remembered whispers of the past. Their accounts, though fragmented and tinged with local superstition, corroborated the idea that Evelyn had been a kind soul caught in the midst of a bitter feud, a feud that had left scars on the family and possibly sowed the seeds of the curse that haunted the manor. Each new piece of evidence lent weight to my belief that the haunting presence was not merely an accidental phenomenon, but the tragic echo of a life abruptly ended and unjustly treated. One evening, as dusk melted into a moonlit night, I returned to the study with a heavy heart and a mind teeming with questions. The atmosphere was thick with expectation, and I could sense that the veil was thin. I sat at my desk and opened my journal to a fresh page, determined to record any sign of Evelyn's presence. Almost immediately, a soft breeze stirred the papers, and I heard the unmistakable sound of a gentle sigh. My eyes darted to the corner of the room, and there she was again, the spectral figure of Evelyn, her eyes reflecting both gratitude and an unspoken plea for redemption. This time, I did not hesitate. I spoke to her, not as a frightened intruder, but as a compassionate seeker. "Tell me what you need," I whispered, my voice steady despite the tumult of emotions within me. For several long minutes, the room was silent except for the soft hum of the night outside. Then, in a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, the ghost's form shifted. I thought I saw a glimmer of a door or passage in the background. A subtle hint, as if Evelyn were pointing me toward the next step in this intricate, otherworldly puzzle. The message was clear: my journey was far from over. Evelyn's haunting presence was both a guide and a burden, urging me to uncover the secrets that had imprisoned her soul and so many others within the manor's walls. In the days that followed, my resolve only deepened. Every spectral encounter, every whispered word in the dark, brought me closer to the truth. I began to notice that the manifestations were growing more distinct. They were no longer random and fleeting, but purposeful and deliberate. At times, I would catch fleeting phrases, a name, a date, a location, spoken softly in the stillness, as though Evelyn were trying to direct me towards something of great importance. I felt both honored and daunted by the responsibility that now rested upon my shoulders. The haunting presence was not merely a passive echo of the past. It was an active call to break the chains of sorrow and injustice that bound this place. Now, as I sit here in the dim light of the study, I record these experiences with the conviction that I am not alone in this battle against the darkness. The haunting presence of Evelyn Blackwood has transformed from a source of fear into a solemn guide, one whose silent testimony drives me ever onward in my quest. Every creak of the old manor, every whisper in the halls, confirms that the past and present are inextricably intertwined, and that the ghosts of history have come not only to haunt, but also to heal. I have come to understand that the manor's true legacy is not simply one of despair and dread, but also of hope, a hope that even the most tormented soul can find redemption when given the chance. Evelyn's sorrow is a mirror of the deep wounds left by time and neglect, yet it is also a beacon urging me to uncover and mend the fractures of a long buried truth. As I close this entry for the night, my hand steadier than it was in those early days, I feel a profound kinship with the spirit who has chosen to reveal herself to me. Her haunting presence has become a part of my journey, a constant reminder that the line between the living and the dead is fragile, and that sometimes it is our duty to listen to the voices from beyond. I know that tomorrow will bring new challenges and perhaps further spectral visitations. I know that there will be moments of terror when the darkness seems impenetrable, and the whispers too overwhelming to bear. Yet I also know that I must press on. For Evelyn, for the countless souls who have suffered in silence within these walls, and for the possibility that I can one day help to bring about a resolution, a breaking of the curse that has haunted Blackwood Manor for generations. In this place, where every shadow holds a story and every gust of wind carries a lament, I have found a purpose that transcends my own mortal concerns. The haunting presence is both a burden and a blessing, a reminder of the pain of the past, and a clarion call to shape a future free from the chains of regret. With each passing day, as I document these eerie encounters and piece together the fragments of a long, forgotten narrative, I feel that I am not only unraveling a mystery, but also forging a bond between worlds. A bond that, if nurtured with care and understanding, might finally restore peace to a restless spirit. And so, as the night deepens and the manor settles into its ancient rhythm, I close my journal with a quiet promise. I will return to these haunted halls with an open heart and a steadfast determination to listen, to learn, and to heal. For in the midst of the darkness, there is light to be found, a light that shines through even the most sorrowful eyes, a light that offers hope, redemption, and the possibility of a new dawn. I had long sensed that Blackwood Manor was more than just a repository of sorrowful relics and whispered secrets. It was a crucible in which ancient grievances were forged into a curse that spanned generations. Yet nothing had prepared me for the moment when, in the shadowed silence of the forgotten room, I encountered the spirit whose plea would forever change the course of my quest. It was late one rain-soaked evening when, as I sat cross-legged on the creaking wooden floor reviewing my scattered notes, the temperature in the room dropped sharply. My breath fogged in the chill, and in the wavering candlelight, I discerned the faint outline of a figure emerging from the darkness. As the shape took form, I recognized the features of a long-dead relative, an ancestor whose eyes burned with an intensity that mixed anguish with determination. Her presence was both ethereal and commanding, and though her form shimmered like mist in the flickering light, every detail spoke of a life steeped in regret and injustice. "You must listen." Her voice resonated in my mind, gentle yet insistent, carrying with it centuries of sorrow. I rose unsteadily to my feet, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and a profound sense of inevitability. In that charged moment, it was clear that this apparition was no mere echo of the past. She had come bearing a message, a plea for justice that transcended time. I stepped toward her slowly, my mind whirling with questions. Who was she? What injustice had condemned her soul to linger here? As if reading my silent queries, her spectral eyes fixed upon mine, and for a moment, the distance between our worlds seemed to collapse. "I was wronged," she whispered, the words heavy with unshed tears. "My life was taken unjustly, my honor defiled by those who sought power and greed, and my soul has suffered for it ever since." Her voice trembled with a pain that was both personal and ancestral, echoing a story of betrayal that had been hidden in the darkest corners of the family's history. In that instant, I understood that her anguish was intertwined with the curse that plagued Blackwood Manor. The diary, the relics, the spectral visitations, all of it pointed toward a legacy of injustice that had festered for generations. With a trembling hand, I reached out as if to offer solace, and she beckoned me closer with an outstretched, translucent arm. "Help me set things right," she pleaded, her tone shifting from sorrow to a fervent urgency that cut through the oppressive gloom. "You must break this cycle of torment. You are the one who can deliver us from the bonds of our past." But her words stirred a storm of conflicting emotions within me. I had come to the manor as a seeker of truth, but now I was being called to become an agent of retribution, participant in a cosmic balancing of scales. I felt the weight of responsibility settle over me as I nodded, silently promising that I would do all in my power to uncover the injustice that had condemned her, and, by extension, so many others. "Tell me everything," I urged softly, my voice barely rising above the crackle of the candle flame. Over the next several hours, as thunder rumbled in the distance and rain tapped insistently against the window panes, the spirit recounted the tragic tale that had bound her soul to the manor. She spoke of a time long past, when the family was united in both honor and ambition. In those halcyon days, she was a young woman of gentle beauty and steadfast integrity, admired for her compassion and wisdom. Yet the unity of the family was shattered when ambition and greed took hold. A faction within the household, hungry for power and wealth, conspired to frame her for a crime she did not commit. A betrayal so heinous that it not only stripped her of her rightful legacy, but also marked her with a curse of eternal unrest. As she told her story, the room itself seemed to shudder with the weight of her memories. I could almost see the scene unfold before my eyes. Grand hall filled with masked figures and secretive glances, the cold calculation of conspirators, and the anguished cries of a woman wronged. The details were vivid, hushed meetings in shadowed corridors, furtive exchanges of documents, and the final, damning act that sealed her fate. "Thee silenced me," she said, her voice rising with a sorrow that bordered on righteous fury. "Thee denied me justice, and in doing so, they doomed not only me but every soul tied to our bloodline to a cycle of despair." But her tale was both a lament and a clarion call. She explained that the curse, woven into the very fabric of Blackwood Manor, was not a mere happenstance but a deliberate act of vengeance, a ritualistic binding designed to keep the truth buried and the guilty unpunished. The spectral figure's eyes flashed with an intensity that belied the frailty of her apparition, and she implored me to seek out the hidden records, the secret testimonies that could reveal the true culprits behind her downfall. "Justice must be done," she intoned, her voice echoing as if coming from a great distance. "Only then will the spirits be freed and the curse broken." As the night deepened, I listened intently, transcribing every detail into my notebook. The revelations were staggering: names of conspirators, details of clandestine meetings, and the subtle hints of a dark pact that had been sealed in blood. My mind reeled at the implications. Not only was a grave injustice at the heart of this family's history, but the very foundation of the curse might be undone if I could expose the truth. Yet, even as I resolved to follow this new lead, a profound sense of trepidation gripped me. To bring justice to the wronged, I would have to confront forces that had long lurked in the shadows, forces that might not easily relinquish their grip on power. In the aftermath of her revelation, the spirit's appearance grew fainter as the first light of dawn began to breach the horizon. Before she faded completely, she pressed a final, desperate plea into my soul. "Remember this," she whispered, her voice now a fragile murmur. "The key to our redemption lies in the truth. You must gather the evidence, expose the treachery, and let the light of justice wash away the darkness that has plagued us for so long." With those final words, her form dissolved into the morning mist, leaving me alone in the silence of the forgotten room, my heart burdened with the weight of her sorrow and the promise of a righteous quest. In the days that followed, I threw myself into a frenzied search for the hidden records that could corroborate her tale. I revisited the study, the secret passages, and every neglected corner of Blackwood Manor where whispers of the past might be found. Each document I uncovered, the faded letters, the brittle ledgers, the secret diaries of long-departed family members, seemed to resonate with the echoes of her story. The evidence was fragmentary at first, like shards of a mirror scattered across time, but as I painstakingly pieced them together, a damning narrative began to emerge. I discovered an unsigned memorandum tucked away in an ancient desk, its ink faded but its message clear. A record of a secret meeting in which several influential family members had conspired to usurp the rightful heir. The language was deliberately oblique, yet the implications were unmistakable. I cross-referenced this with another document, a diary entry from a servant who had witnessed the clandestine meeting. His account, filled with trembling recollections and dire warnings, spoke of a ritual performed under the cover of night to bind the truth and kinsnare the rightful blood. Every piece of evidence pointed toward a calculated betrayal, a conspiracy designed to silence the voice of justice for generations. As I labored over these revelations, the memory of the spectral plea haunted me with equal measures of inspiration and dread. I realized that to bring justice to her spirit, and, by extension, to free the souls trapped by the curse, I would need to confront not only the dark legacy of Blackwood Manor, but also the living descendants of those who had perpetrated the crime. The task was daunting: to unmask a long, hidden network of deceit that had maintained its grip on power through silence and fear. A turning point came one chilly evening as I pored over the documents in the manor's deserted chapel. Amid the crumbling stone and flickering candlelight, I discovered a ledger that detailed financial transactions and property transfers that defied logic. Hidden among the entries were sums of money and transfers of land that bore the unmistakable fingerprints of the conspirators. The ledger was a smoking gun, a final piece of evidence that tied the treachery directly to those who had profited from the injustice. My pulse quickened as I realized the magnitude of what I had uncovered. This was not merely a family scandal. It was a systemic abuse of power that had rippled through generations, leaving behind a trail of suffering and a legacy of deceit. Empowered by the evidence and driven by the spirit's fervent plea, I resolved to make the truth known. I contacted a trusted colleague in historical research, a fellow investigator renowned for his impartiality and dedication to unearthing long-buried injustices. Together, we pored over the documents, corroborating every detail and cross-referencing every name. The more we dug, the more it became apparent that the conspiracy had reached deep into the fabric of the manor's history. The chain of betrayal extended far beyond a single generation, implicating figures whose influence still lingered in the present. In a moment of quiet reflection, I returned to the very room where the spirit had first appeared. I clutched the notebook filled with evidence close to my heart, feeling the gravity of my mission. "I promise you," I whispered into the darkness, "I will see justice done. I will break this curse, and your voice will no longer be silenced." The room seemed to answer with a subtle shift in the air, a gentle acknowledgement that my vow had been heard. It was as if the manor itself exhaled a long-held breath, relieved to witness the first glimmer of retribution. Over the following weeks, I meticulously compiled my findings into a comprehensive report, one that documented every act of treachery, every hidden transaction, and every whispered lie. With my colleague's assistance, I arranged for the evidence to be presented to local authorities and historical societies, determined that the truth would no longer remain buried in darkness. Public hearings were held, and the scandal that had haunted Blackwood Manor for centuries was thrust into the light. The descendants of the conspirators were forced to confront their lineage, and many were shamed by the revelations of their ancestors' crimes. The process was slow and painful. Resistance came from those who had built their fortunes on the very foundations of that deceit. Yet, as the truth gained momentum, more and more voices joined the chorus demanding accountability. I continued to receive visits from spectral presences throughout this period, each one a silent thank you, a sign that justice was, at long last, within reach. Evelyn's visage appeared to me in dreams, no longer filled with unyielding sorrow, but with a glimmer of hope. Her plea for justice had sparked a movement that was altering the course of destiny, and I knew that the battle I had chosen was not in vain. Now, as I sit in the quiet after the storm of revelations, I reflect on the journey that has brought me here. The plea for justice that echoed from the lips of a long-dead relative transformed me from a passive chronicler of history into an active agent of change. I have witnessed firsthand how the past can demand retribution, how the voices of the wronged can rise again through the veil of time. And though the scars of that betrayal will forever remain etched into the walls of Blackwood Manor, there is now a promise of redemption, a promise that the cycle of darkness can be broken when truth is allowed to shine its cleansing light. I know that many challenges still lie ahead, that the remnants of the curse may yet stir in the shadows. But with each new day, bolstered by the unwavering support of those who believe in justice, I move forward with renewed determination. I carry with me the memory of that spectral plea, a reminder that even in death, a voice can demand justice, and even the deepest wounds can be healed by truth. The plea for justice is not the end of our story. It is merely the beginning of a long-awaited reckoning, a call to all who have suffered to stand together and reclaim their dignity. As I close this chapter and prepare to face whatever darkness awaits me next, I know that my journey is a tribute to every soul who was silenced by betrayal and every spirit that has yearned for vindication. The past, with all its pain and injustice, has given me the strength to fight for a future where the light of truth prevails. And in that promise lies my resolve to keep shining the light, to keep listening to the echoes of the past, and to never let the plea for justice fade into silence. I never imagined that the echoes of Blackwood Manor's tortured past would someday speak so directly to me. Yet as I sat in the study, reviewing my carefully compiled notes from months of research, the air around me began to shimmer with an inexplicable energy. It started with a faint vibration in the walls and a sudden rush of memories that did not belong solely to the manor's long, dead inhabitants. I felt as though I were standing at the crossroads of two lifetimes, one that had been lost to time, and another that I was only just beginning to understand. In that charged moment, I sensed that my destiny was far more entwined with the cursed legacy of this place than I had ever dared to imagine. The day had been unremarkable until the moment the light in the study seemed to shift. I recall staring at a photograph I had discovered in an old ledger, a portrait of a young woman whose features struck an uncanny resemblance to my own. The resemblance was so intense that my heart skipped a beat, as if the photograph were a mirror reflecting a past I had never consciously lived. I could feel the weight of history pressing upon me, and my thoughts turned to the cryptic diary that had led me to Blackwood Manor in the first place. Its elegant, looping script, the very same that I had painstakingly deciphered over countless nights, now seemed to speak directly to my soul. As I studied the image, fragments of memories that were not my own began to filter into my mind. I saw flashes of a life filled with both hope and unbearable sorrow, life that had been interrupted by treachery and untimely loss. It was as if the portrait was not simply a relic of the past, but a key to unlocking a secret that I had carried within me all along. I could not dismiss the uncanny feeling that this young woman was, in some inexplicable way, a part of me, a past self whose story was intertwined with the curse that had long haunted these walls. My mind reeled with the possibility. Could I be the reincarnation of the victim whose life was so cruelly stolen, as the diary had hinted? I recalled the diary's subtle insinuations that the author had penned her words with an intimate understanding of her own fate, a fate that seemed to mirror my own inner turmoil. The more I pondered these connections, the more the puzzle began to coalesce into a single, undeniable truth. I remembered the spectral figure from the hidden passages, whose sorrowful gaze had seemed to search for something lost. Had I, all this time, been unknowingly tethered to that tragic soul? The thought was as staggering as it was impossible to ignore. A chill ran down my spine as I rose from my desk and moved toward the tall mirror that had hung on the far wall of the study. I had often noticed that this mirror, with its ornate frame and slightly tarnished glass, reflected more than just my current image. In the soft glow of the lamp, I peered into it with an intensity born of desperation. For a moment, the reflection wavered and then shifted, revealing not only my present self but also the faint, ghostly visage of the young woman from the portrait. Her eyes, brimming with both sorrow and determination, locked onto mine. In that silent communion, I felt a rush of recognition, as though I were meeting a long-lost part of my soul, a fragment of a life that had been erased by time and tragedy. I staggered back, overwhelmed by the merging of past and present. My heart pounded in my ears, and tears welled in my eyes as the realization settled over me. The diary's cryptic message was unfolding before me in the most personal way imaginable. I was not merely an observer of Blackwood Manor's grim history. I was a living continuation of it. In that moment, the spectral woman in the mirror spoke without words, a silent testament to the fact that my destiny was preordained by the sins of the past. I recalled a passage from the diary that hinted at a cycle of rebirth, a promise that if one could rewrite the ending, the curse might finally be undone. Was it possible that the diary, with its haunting prose and meticulous details, had been written by me in a former life? The idea was both terrifying and liberating. I sank into the high, backed chair before the mirror, my mind racing as I attempted to process the overwhelming flood of memories and emotions. Every detail of my recent investigations, the relics of darkness, the spectral pleas for justice, the hidden records of betrayal, suddenly took on a new meaning. It was all as if I had been preparing for this revelation all along. The coincidences were too numerous to dismiss. The familiar symbols etched on the locket I had found, the recurring phrases in the diary, the very layout of Blackwood Manor that seemed designed to mirror the architecture of a lifelong past. It became clear that the key to breaking the curse lay not just in unearthing long, buried secrets, but in reconciling with my own hidden history. In that long, silent moment before the mirror, I began to recall dreams I had dismissed as mere figments of an overactive imagination. Dreams of a life filled with both beauty and sorrow, where I was a victim of a cruel betrayal and a relentless curse. In those dreams, I had been both the innocent and the wronged, yearning for justice and redemption. Now, as the spectral reflection of my past self continued to gaze at me, I understood that the answers I had sought lay in the reconciliation of these two halves. The realization was as stark as it was profound. I was the reincarnation of that lost soul, the one whose life had been so brutally taken from her. And it was up to me to rewrite the tragic narrative that had haunted Blackwood Manor for generations. A surge of determination coursed through me. I rose from the chair with a newfound resolve, my eyes never leaving the mirror's surface. I will not let our story end in sorrow, I whispered, my voice trembling with both fear and defiance. I will find the truth. I will break this curse and bring justice to those who have suffered. In that moment, the spectral image in the mirror seemed to smile, a fleeting, bittersweet expression that spoke of hope and the promise of redemption. The mirror's surface shimmered once more, and I could have sworn that the faint outline of a long, forgotten key appeared in the reflection, as though pointing the way to the next step in my journey. Determined to honor the legacy of the past and forge a new future, I began to gather every scrap of evidence that connected my present self with the tragic figure of my former life. I revisited the diary, poring over every word with a meticulous eye, and began to see patterns that I had previously overlooked. References to rituals of rebirth, cycles of sorrow and redemption, and even subtle hints that the author had an uncanny knowledge of events yet to come. All of these clues now resonated with a personal significance. It was as if the diary were a bridge between two lifetimes, written by a hand that transcended the boundaries of time. Over the following days, I embarked on a relentless quest for answers. I combed through the manor's forgotten archives, revisited hidden passages that I had once thought were simply remnants of a bygone era, and re-examined relics that now glowed with a mysterious inner light. Every discovery, every faded letter and cryptic inscription, seemed to confirm the terrifying truth. I was bound to Blackwood Manor not merely as an investigator, but as a reincarnated heir to a tragic destiny. I found new entries in the family ledger, entries that bore the unmistakable signature of someone who had known both despair and hope in equal measure. The writing, though aged and nearly illegible, contained details that mirrored my own life in ways that defied rational explanation. Late one night, as I sat hunched over a table scattered with documents and photographs, I felt an almost palpable presence in the room. The air grew thick with the scent of old roses and the soft, mournful strains of a piano sonata, a melody that seemed to carry the echoes of my past. I closed my eyes and let the music wash over me, and in that moment, I experienced a series of vivid scenes of a young woman in a flowing white gown, moments of tender joy juxtaposed with flashes of unspeakable betrayal, and a final, heart-wrenching image of a life abruptly ended by treachery. When I opened my eyes again, I realized that these were not mere dreams, but memories resurfacing from a time when I was not myself, but someone else entirely. The revelation was complete. I had been reborn, and my soul carried the scars and the strength of a past life that demanded justice. The enormity of this discovery was both paralyzing and invigorating. I spent hours in contemplation, grappling with the implications of my reincarnation. The notion that I could alter the course of destiny by rewriting the ending of a long, forgotten tragedy filled me with a fierce determination. I resolved to embrace the legacy of my former self, to learn from her pain, and to channel that sorrow into a force for redemption. The diary, once a cryptic artifact of the past, now stood as a manifesto for a new beginning. A promise that the cycle of despair could be broken if I dared to confront the dark forces that had so long dictated our fate. In the weeks that followed, I began a series of experiments designed to unlock further memories from my previous life. I visited the mansion's most hallowed and hidden spaces, meditating among the relics and ancient murals that chronicled the family's sorrowful history. With each visit, the boundary between my current self and the reincarnated soul grew thinner, and I found that I could recall long-forgotten details with startling clarity. Names, dates, even the taste of a particular bittersweet wine shared at a forbidden banquet. These recollections were bittersweet, laden with both love and loss, and they spurred me on to search for the final key that would allow me to break the curse once and for all. One rainy afternoon, while exploring a secluded wing of the manor that I had not previously dared to enter, I discovered a small, hidden alcove behind a faded tapestry. In that dusty recess, I found a weathered journal bound in crimson leather, its cover bearing the same intricate symbols that had haunted my dreams. With trembling hands, I opened the journal and began to read. The entries were written in a familiar script, and as I absorbed each word, I felt as though I were listening to the voice of my past self, warning me of impending danger and urging me to act before the curse could claim another life. The final entry, scrawled hastily in a moment of desperate hope, contained a single, heart-rending message. Only through the reconciliation of our divided souls can we break the chains of fate. I have lived, and now I must live again. That message resonated deep within me, affirming that the power to rewrite history lay not in resisting the past, but in accepting it as a part of who I was. I vowed then that I would no longer fear the memories of a life I had once known. Instead, I would embrace them and use them to light the way forward. The reincarnation revelation was not merely an inheritance of sorrow. It was a call to transform that sorrow into a beacon of hope for all who had been wronged by the ancient curse. Standing in that quiet alcove, I felt the full force of destiny settle upon my shoulders. I realized that every step I had taken, every painstaking effort to decipher the manor's cryptic clues, had led me to this moment of profound clarity. My past life, lost in the mists of time, had been waiting for me to return so that I might have the power to heal old wounds and bring lasting justice to Blackwood Manor. In accepting my reincarnation, I accepted a responsibility far greater than I had ever imagined, a duty to break the cycle of injustice and to restore honor to a lineage tarnished by betrayal. Now, as I stand on the threshold of a new dawn, I feel the weight of that responsibility with both humility and fierce determination. I will not allow the tragedies of the past to dictate the future. Instead, I will use the knowledge and the memories that have been passed down to me to forge a new path. a path that honors the lives that came before and paves the way for a future free of the curse that once defined us. I step away from the alcove with the crimson journal clutched tightly in my hands, each word a reminder of the life I once lived and the hope of the life I am destined to reclaim. The reincarnation revelation has reshaped my understanding of Blackwood Manor, its legacy, and my own existence. It is not simply a tale of sorrow and betrayal, but also a promise of rebirth, redemption, and the possibility of rewriting a destiny that had long been considered immutable. In that transformative moment, I finally understood that the power to break the curse lay within me. I was both the victim of a tragic past and the harbinger of a hopeful future. A living bridge between two eras, tasked with the sacred duty of healing the wounds of history. With renewed resolve, I now set forth on the next stage of my journey, determined to confront the dark forces that have haunted these halls for centuries, and to rewrite the final chapter of Blackwood Manor's legacy in the light of truth and redemption. I had long suspected that the dark magic binding Blackwood Manor was not a force of random misfortune, but rather the product of deliberate, forbidden rituals performed in secret. With the truth of my identity revealed, and the weight of my reincarnated destiny heavy upon me, I embarked on a quest to understand the origins of the curse that had tormented my family for generations. My determination was steeled by the vivid recollections of past lives and the spectral messages that had haunted me along every corridor of the manor. I knew that to break the cycle of despair, I would first need to unravel the ancient mystery at its core. My investigation began in earnest on a chilly morning when the autumn mist clung to the manor's stone walls like a shroud. I returned to the study where I had uncovered so many cryptic clues and spread out the relics, documents, and faded diaries on a large oak table. Each item, whether a brittle ledger, a stained letter, or a piece of carved wood etched with arcane symbols, whispered fragments of a long, forgotten past. I pored over every inscription and marginal note, searching for the moment when the curse had been invoked. It became clear that the binding ritual had not been an isolated event. It was a carefully orchestrated process, repeated and refined over generations to ensure that the curse endured. The first breakthrough came as I examined a series of hand-drawn diagrams hidden within the margins of an ancient ledger. The diagrams depicted a complex series of geometric patterns interwoven with sigils and symbols that I recognized from my earlier research. They appeared to map out a ritual circle, one that required precise alignments of celestial bodies and the blood of a final heir. As I traced my finger along the faded lines, I felt as though I were connecting the dots of my own destiny with those of my ancestors. Each symbol hinted at a deliberate act, a covenant made between mortal souls and forces that lurked beyond the veil of human understanding. Determined to decipher their meaning, I sought out a weathered volume in the manor's neglected library. Buried among the crumbling pages of forbidden lore, I discovered an obscure treatise on ancient binding rituals. The treatise explained that curses of this nature were often crafted by individuals desperate to preserve their power, using blood and incantations to weave spells that could transcend time. It described in meticulous detail how a ritual could imprison a soul within the very foundations of a house, binding it to both the land and its progeny. The language was archaic, yet the intent was unmistakable. The curse was designed to be self-perpetuating, ensuring that each generation would bear the weight of ancestral sin until the cycle was broken by an act of true sacrifice and redemption. As I absorbed the treatise's contents, a series of memories began to flood my mind. Memories not my own, but belonging to the life I had once lived. I recalled standing in a candlelit chamber much like this one, surrounded by robed figures whose faces were hidden in shadow. I recalled the metallic tang of fear and the scent of incense that filled the air as the ritual reached its climax. The recollections were so vivid that I could almost feel the chill of that fateful night. I realized that the curse had been forged not merely as a punishment, but as a means of control. a binding contract between those who sought to dominate their fate and the inexorable forces of destiny. The turning point in my investigation came on a moonlit evening when I retraced my steps to a hidden chamber deep within the manor. This chamber, concealed behind a false wall in one of the lesser-used corridors, had been suggested by several cryptic clues in the diaries and relics I had collected. I entered the room with my heart pounding in anticipation, the only light coming from the beam of my lantern, as it revealed walls lined with archaic symbols and shelves holding dusty tomes of forbidden knowledge. It was here that I uncovered the final piece of the puzzle, a ceremonial dagger, its blade etched with runes and its hilt fashioned in the likeness of a serpent. The dagger had clearly been used in the binding ritual described in the treatise. The inscriptions along its length corresponded exactly with the diagrams I had studied earlier. Holding the dagger in my hand, I felt a surge of energy ripple through me, a reminder that I was now intrinsically linked to the legacy of this cursed ritual. I recalled the treatise's ominous warning that the dagger, along with the blood of the final heir, was the keystone to either perpetuating or breaking the curse. With trembling resolve, I realized that if I were to free my bloodline and all those ensnared by this dark pact, I would need to confront the ritual itself. This was no longer a matter of scholarly inquiry. It had become a personal mission to reclaim my destiny. Over the following days, I dedicated myself to reconstructing the ritual from the fragmented instructions left behind in ancient manuscripts. I set up a controlled environment in a secluded part of the manor, a chamber free from prying eyes and interruptions. I carefully arranged the elixir, the ceremonial dagger, a bowl carved from black stone, and several vials of what appeared to be dried, crimson powder. I consulted every document, every symbol that had led me to this moment, and slowly, the ritual began to take shape in my mind. Every detail mattered: the precise time of the lunar eclipse, the positioning of the relics within a meticulously drawn circle of salt and powdered herbs, and the incantations that were to be spoken with utter sincerity and remorse. On the night of the eclipse, the manor was enveloped in an eerie twilight. The air was thick with anticipation, and a palpable silence seemed to fall over the estate, as if the very earth was holding its breath. I donned a heavy cloak and stepped into the chamber I had prepared. The circle I had drawn on the floor was perfect in its symmetry, its boundary marked by tiny candles flickering with an almost otherworldly light. I placed the dagger at the center, its blade pointing toward the heavens, and arranged the vials around it in a pattern that echoed the diagrams I had studied. Every element of the ritual had been aligned with the predictions of the ancient texts. As the eclipse reached its zenith, I began to recite the incantations I had memorized, a litany of words that felt both foreign and achingly familiar on my tongue. The air in the chamber seemed to thicken with every syllable, and I could sense a stirring in the darkness beyond the circle. Shadows danced along the walls as if animated by unseen hands, and for a moment, I felt the oppressive presence of the curse itself. The ritual was designed to summon the spirit of the curse, to force it to reveal its true nature and allow me to confront it head-on. I continued, my voice growing stronger with each word, my resolve hardening as I stared into the abyss of my own ancestral past. Then, as the final words left my lips, a tremendous force seemed to break the stillness of the chamber. The dagger's runes glowed with an intense, unearthly light, and the circle of candles flared as if ignited by an unseen fire. I felt a searing pain in my chest, as though the very essence of the curse were trying to tear itself free from within me. Visions burst into my mind, fleeting images of despair and agony, of a family torn apart by betrayal, and of a fate that had long been sealed by dark magic. The memories were overwhelming, each one a testament to the suffering that had been wrought by the ancient covenant. In that climactic moment, I understood that the curse was not an abstract force, but a tangible, malignant presence that had been nurtured by generations of secrecy and sin. It was a living shadow, fed by the pain of those it had condemned, and it would not be undone without a sacrifice that was as profound as it was personal. I pressed on, determined to break the cycle, even if it meant facing the full fury of the dark magic that had been my heritage. My voice rang out in the chamber as I declared, I claim my right to break this curse. I stand as the final here, ready to transmute the sorrow of the past into a promise of redemption. The words echoed against the stone walls, and in that moment, I felt the curse tremble. The oppressive energy that had built up over centuries began to unravel, as if the very fabric of the binding ritual was coming undone. The light from the dagger's runes shifted from a malevolent red to a gentle, pulsing glow that filled the chamber with hope. I fell to my knees, overwhelmed by the intensity of the experience, as the dark magic receded like a tide withdrawing from a battered shore. In that silent aftermath, I could sense the anguish of generations beginning to ease. A soft sigh from the souls trapped by the ancient curse. I knew then that the ritual had succeeded in its purpose. By confronting the curse with the truth of my own reincarnated destiny, I had opened a pathway for healing and renewal. The binding force that had held Blackwood Manor in its grip was, at last, unraveling. In the days that followed, I worked tirelessly to document every detail of the ritual and its aftermath. I compiled my notes, preserving the images of that transformative night as a testament to the possibility of redemption. I revisited the relics and documents, confirming that the dark inscriptions had lost their malignant power, replaced instead by symbols of hope and restoration. The atmosphere in the manor began to change subtly. The oppressive gloom gave way to a fragile light, and the spectral visitations that had once been so tormented now appeared with a gentler, more resigned air. Word by word, step by step, the curse that had bound my family was being rewritten. I reached out to distant relatives and local historians, sharing the revelations of my investigation and the success of the ritual. Though skepticism and fear still lingered among those who remembered the old legends, a cautious optimism began to take root. The dark history of Blackwood Manor was not erased entirely, but it was being transformed into a narrative of healing, a future in which the wounds of the past could finally be mended. As I stand now, with the burden of centuries lifted from my shoulders, and the knowledge that the curse is finally unraveling, I am filled with a profound sense of purpose. I have come to understand that the dark magic of our ancestors need not dictate our future. Instead, through courage, determination, and an unyielding commitment to truth, we can reclaim our legacy and forge a path toward redemption. The ritual I performed that fateful night has become a beacon for those who still suffer under the weight of ancient sins. A promise that even the deepest darkness can be pierced by the light of hope. The journey to unravel the curse has been long and fraught with peril, yet every step has reaffirmed my belief in the power of transformation. I have witnessed the ancient forces that once held sway over Blackwood Manor falter in the face of honest confrontation and the unwavering will to change our destiny. Though challenges remain, I now know that our future is not preordained by past transgressions, but is shaped by the choices we make in the present. With a heart both humbled and emboldened, I continue my quest to document the full story of our family's legacy, a story that now speaks not only of sorrow and betrayal, but of hope, resilience, and the possibility of rebirth. As I close this chapter of my investigation, I am acutely aware that the curse may yet leave its echoes in the halls of Blackwood Manor, but I also know that the light of truth and the courage of a determined soul can dispel even the darkest of shadows. I now step forward into the uncertain future with a resolve forged in the crucible of our shared past. The curse is unraveling, and with it, the chains that bound us to a fate of despair are breaking. In their place, I see the promise of a new beginning, a future where justice, redemption, and love can flourish without the shadow of ancient transgressions. My journey continues, and I remain ever vigilant, prepared to guard the fragile light that has been kindled within these walls. For in understanding the origins of our curse and facing the dark magic, that once held us captive. I have discovered that the power to transform our destiny lies within each of us. The story of Blackwood Manor is no longer one solely of sorrow, but one of hope reborn. And so, with every step I take, I honor the legacy of those who suffered before me and embrace the promise of a future free from the bonds of our ancestral curse. The weight of centuries pressed upon me as I stepped back into the heart of Blackwood Manor one final time. I had come so far on this journey, through hidden passages, spectral visitations, and revelations that had shaken my very core. And now it was time to confront the legacy that had dictated our fate for so long. The relics, the diary, and even the voices of the past had led me to this ultimate moment, when I would rewrite history and, in doing so, break the curse once and for all. I entered the grand central hall of the manor with a steady resolve. The once oppressive corridors now shimmered faintly with the light of dawn, as if the darkness itself were receding in anticipation of a new beginning. Every step I took resonated with memories of sorrow and hope alike. In my satchel, I carried the journal of cursed rituals, the ceremonial dagger etched with ancient runes, and the relics of darkness that had served as markers on my journey. Each artifact was a testament to the past, but also a key to the future. A future I was determined to forge free from the chains of ancestral sin. The moment felt surreal, as though I were straddling two worlds, the relentless grief of history and the glimmer of redemption on the horizon. I paused in the center of the hall, my eyes tracing the faded murals that depicted scenes of triumph and tragedy, of lives once intertwined and destinies long betrayed. It was here, beneath the watchful gaze of forgotten ancestors, that I would challenge the curse itself. I moved deliberately toward the large, ornate door at the end of the hall, a door that I had discovered on my earliest explorations, obscured behind layers of dust and neglect. This door, I had learned, led to a secret chamber where the final ritual was once performed to bind the family's fate. The diary had hinted at a long, forgotten incantation, one that could reverse the ancient pact if recited with true remorse and unwavering resolve. Tonight, I would speak those words and, with them, rewrite history. Gathering my tools and artifacts on a small table before the door, I arranged them meticulously. The ceremonial dagger rested on a cushion of black velvet, its blade reflecting a faint, unearthly glow. The crimson journal lay open beside it, its pages inscribed with the incantations of my ancestors. A litany of sorrow and hope, binding curse and promised redemption. I had spent countless nights deciphering these words, each syllable etched into my mind until it resonated like a heartbeat. Now, they would become the instrument of my deliverance. Taking a deep breath, I opened the heavy door. It creaked ominously, revealing a narrow staircase descending into a chamber that felt suspended between life and death. The air was cool and still, charged with the echoes of rituals performed long ago. At the bottom of the stairs, I found a circular room, its walls inscribed with ancient symbols that pulsed softly in the half-light. In the center of the chamber, a stone dais bore a shallow basin carved into its surface, an altar upon which the fate of our bloodline had been sealed for generations. I stepped onto the dais, feeling the cool, rough stone beneath my feet as if it were a reminder of the harsh truths of the past. My heart pounded in a steady rhythm as I arranged the artifacts around me. The dagger, the journal, and several small relics, an old locket, a faded photograph, and a brittle letter, all formed a circle, their placement corresponding to the geometric patterns I had painstakingly reconstructed from scattered clues. I recalled the moment when the curse first began to unravel, when the light of hope had flickered amid the darkness. Now, that hope would blaze into certainty. Raising the journal to my lips, I began to recite the incantation in a clear, unwavering voice. Every word resonated through the chamber, carrying the weight of centuries and the burden of 1,000 lost souls. The ancient language rolled off my tongue as if it were both a prayer and a battle cry. By the sorrow of our forebears and the hope of rebirth, I call upon the power to unbind the chains of fate. I continued, my voice growing stronger with each verse. As the incantation built, the relics began to shimmer. The dagger's runes glowed steadily, and the inscriptions on the walls pulsed with a soft luminescence. At the apex of the chant, the room seemed to vibrate with an energy that defied description. I felt the presence of every ancestor who had ever suffered under the curse. A legion of voices crying out for justice, for release from the unending cycle of betrayal and sorrow. I saw, as if in a waking dream, the spectral images of those wronged, their eyes filled with both pain and hope, reaching out to me from the very fabric of time. Their silent pleas merged with the incantation, lending it a power beyond my own. For a long, suspended moment, the air crackled with anticipation. I could feel the ancient curse straining against the force of my words, its malignant energy receding like a tide. The symbols on the walls began to shift, the darkness dissolving into a radiant glow that spread outward in concentric circles. I raised the dagger high and, with a single, decisive motion, let it fall onto the stone altar. The impact was soft yet resonant, a symbolic severing of the ties that had bound us for generations. A blinding flash of light filled the chamber, and for an instant, I was enveloped in a vortex of memories and emotions. I saw the faces of those who had suffered, the scenes of injustice and betrayal that had once been the cornerstone of the curse. But then, as quickly as it had come, the tumult subsided, replaced by a profound, enveloping calm. In the silence that followed, I sensed that the curse was unraveling, its dark threads dissolving into the ether, replaced by the possibility of renewal. Slowly, the light receded, leaving behind a chamber transformed. The oppressive gloom that had haunted these walls for centuries was gone, replaced by a gentle, ethereal glow that bathed the room in a sense of peaceful liberation. I sank to my knees, overwhelmed by the magnitude of what had transpired. A moment when history itself was rewritten by the courage to confront the past and the determination to forge a better future. Tears streamed down my face as I realized that the voices of my ancestors were finally at rest. The chain of sorrow and injustice had been broken, and in its place was the promise of redemption. The relics, now inert and cold, had served their purpose. They were the silent witnesses to a pivotal transformation. I gathered them carefully, each one a cherished memory of the lives that had come before, and a symbol of the future that lay ahead. In the days that followed, word of the unraveling of the curse began to spread among those who still dwelt in the shadow of Blackwood Manor. Relatives, once estranged by the legacy of deceit and despair, reached out in cautious hope. Local historians and scholars, too, marveled at the transformation that had taken place. There were whispered conversations in candlelit rooms about a miraculous shift in the energy of the manor, and even the weather seemed to smile upon us as the dark clouds lifted to reveal a brilliant sky. I spent many long hours in the now transformed study, documenting every detail of that fateful night. My journal overflowed with descriptions of the incantation, the arrangement of relics, and the profound emotions that had surged through me as I recited the ancient words. I recorded every spectral visitation that followed, gentle apparitions that no longer carried the weight of unavenged grief, but instead seemed to offer silent benedictions. It was as if the very essence of Blackwood Manor had been purified, its history rewritten not by the forces of dark magic, but by the indomitable strength of the human spirit. Yet even as I embraced the new dawn, I knew that rewriting history was not an end, but the beginning of a continuous journey. The curse that had once chained us was now reduced to a memory, a cautionary tale of the destructive power of greed and betrayal. In its place, there was now the possibility of a future defined by compassion, understanding, and a relentless commitment to truth. I resolved to share the story of our liberation, to ensure that the lessons learned from our painful past would never be forgotten. I began to host gatherings in the manor's vast, sunlit atrium, a place that once had known only sorrow and isolation. There, I welcomed relatives, scholars, and even strangers, recounting the tale of the curse and its eventual unraveling. I spoke of the incantations, the rituals, and the symbolic sacrifices that had allowed us to reclaim our history. Each retelling was imbued with a quiet determination, a hope that by sharing our story, we could inspire others to confront the shadows of their own pasts and forge paths toward healing. As the seasons changed, Blackwood Manor itself seemed to transform. The ivy that had once crept menacingly over its crumbling stone walls now blossomed with vibrant flowers, and the air, once heavy with despair, carried the sweet fragrance of renewal. I often walked the corridors alone, pausing to reflect on the journey that had brought me here. A journey that had demanded sacrifice, courage, and a willingness to confront truths too painful to face. And in every quiet moment, I could feel the presence of my ancestors, not as specters of regret, but as guardians of a legacy reborn. In rewriting history, I had not only broken the curse that had bound us for generations, but I had also set in motion a new era, a future where every soul was free to write its own destiny, unburdened by the sins of the past. The manor, once a monument to despair, now stood as a beacon of hope and resilience. And I, having borne witness to both the darkness and the light, resolved to safeguard this legacy for those who would come after me. Tonight, as I sit by the large window overlooking the revitalized gardens of Blackwood Manor, I feel a deep sense of peace. The echoes of the past have quieted, replaced by the soft murmur of life and the promise of tomorrow. The journey of rewriting history is one that continues with every act of kindness, every pursuit of truth, and every step taken away from the shadows of injustice. My story, intertwined with that of my ancestors, now flows into a future filled with possibility. I close my eyes and breathe deeply, knowing that the sacrifices made and the battles fought have paved the way for a new chapter. One written not in curses or despair, but in hope and redemption. The legacy of Blackwood Manor has been redefined by the choices we make in the present, and I remain ever vigilant in my duty to honor the past while embracing the future. For in rewriting history, we do not erase the pain of yesterday. Instead, we transform it into the strength that guides us toward a brighter dawn. I stand now as a living testament to the power of change, a guardian of the truth and a herald of new beginnings. The curse is unraveled, the darkness dispelled, and in its place, the light of a reclaimed legacy shines forth. History, once written in sorrow, is now being rewritten in hope, and I, along with all who have suffered and dreamed of redemption, will continue this journey, one day, one word, one courageous act at a time.